Okay, it is 9:30, so this Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan Document Examination Hearing Session is open, and William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. A reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops, etc. onto silent mode. Water is provided and will be refilled during the adjournment, so please don't bring food or hot drinks into the room. No fire alarm tests planned for today, so if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building following the green emergency exit signs. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matter set out on the agenda. It was published last week, and today we're dealing with two allocations in Rochdale, which are JPA 22 Smithy Bridge, JPA 23 Newhague Quarry, and one allocation in Oldham, JPA 15 Tuebrook Vale. The latter, the third site, we won't be dealing with until 2 o'clock this afternoon at the earliest. It depends how long we need for the two sites that we're talking about in Rochdale first. Just a reminder, as I said yesterday morning, for the benefit of those who weren't here, the fact that we're discussing the detail of these allocations doesn't mean that we've already come to a conclusion that they should be included in principle in the plan, because that will depend on a range of considerations, some of which we've already had discussions about at earlier hearing sessions, to do with how much development's needed in the plan area, the spatial strategy for accommodating that, strategic greenbelt issues and such like. So we won't come to a final conclusion about whether allocation should or should not be included in the plan until we've finished our considerations of all those things, along with the site-specific things that we're going to discuss today. In terms of the details of the policies that we're looking at, JPA 22, 23 and JPA 15, there were some modifications suggested by the GMCA that were published last Friday, and those documents are GMCA 46, 47 and 48, I think, and they're in the examination library, so hopefully people have got those and have got the wording that has now been suggested. So when we go through the detail of the policy, we'll be looking at what the plan as submitted said, along with what the GMCA are now suggesting be changed. So hopefully people have got those. As with other sessions, I'll start with some questions to the GMCA team after they've given a brief overview of the allocation. And when we've heard the responses to those questions, I'll invite contributions from others around the table. If you wish to speak at any particular time, just please you put your nameplate up on end, preferably with it facing so I can read it still who it is, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I do ask you if you would like to speak, could you just briefly just remind me who you are? Put your microphone on first, say who you are, and then obviously make the points that you wish to make, and remember to turn your microphone off afterwards. In terms of how we'll operate this morning, obviously we've got two sites to deal with. It may take longer than this morning, they may go into this afternoon, don't know. But anyway, we'll probably have a comfort break around 11 o'clock for 20 minutes or so, and probably finish break for lunch around 1 o'clock. But the timing of that in particular will depend on how we're getting on in terms of getting through the agenda items. So what I'll do now is go around the table, if I could, and allow the participants to introduce themselves, starting with the GMCA team, please.
Good morning, I'm Chris Katkowski, King's Counsel for the GMCA.
Good morning, it's Wayne Poole from Rochdale Council.
Good morning, it's Callum Mountfield from Rochdale Council.
Good morning, Chris Woods, Rochdale Council.
Jackie Copley from CPRE.
Good morning, my name's Tracy Furnell from the Smithy Bridge and Littleborough Save the Greenbelt Group.
Good morning, Ian Jackson, representing Smithy Bridge and Littleborough Save the Greenbelt Group.
Good morning, John Taylor, elected member for Wardle and West Littleborough.
Good morning, Ashley Durnley, elected member for Wardle and West Littleborough.
Good morning, Gareth Glenham, Peacock and Smith from D Morgan PLC, representing D Morgan PLC.
Sarah Smedley, also from Peacock and Smith, assisting Mr Glenham today.
Morning, Bernard Greep from Stantec, representing Bloor Homes.
Good morning, Paul Tucker, King's Counsel, instructed by Bernard Greek, also representing Bloor Homes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you and welcome everyone. Unless there are any procedural queries or things that anybody wishes to raise before we start, we can turn to the first allocation, which is JPA 22, it's land north of Smithy Bridge. As I said, there was a document published on Friday that has some suggested changes to the policy. That's GMCA 46 in this case. So we'll have that to hand. In terms of other documents that I'm likely to refer to, there's a couple of maps. I'll just clarify what they are, if I could, before we start. First of all, there was a site visit plan that was prepared by the GMCA on our behalf that's been on the website for quite some time. That's just a sort of aerial photograph with some landmarks identified on it. And then there is I think it's called an updated concept plan that was prepared by Barton Wilmore. It's examination document reference 100618, and that's an indicative sort of layout, which is the most recent one, I think, in the examination library that I've got. Okay, so those are things that we may refer to. Just a reminder, this site, 20 hectares, 18 of which are currently in the Greenbelt, and it's allocated for around 300 new homes and a primary school to be provided on the site. So before I ask any sort of questions about some Greenbelt issues, do you want to do a sort of introductory overview of the allocation and you know, why it's included in the plan, I suppose?
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed, sir. So this site, as you all know, meets our site selection criteria 1 and 7. So in relation to criterion 1, this is a site which is well served by public transport within walking distance of 2 railway stations. It's also close to Littleborough town centre with its local services and facilities, access to a high-frequency bus service, and in relation to criterion 7, specific local need as far as we're concerned, that is to say the provision of higher value housing, which, as you've heard yesterday, we consider to be lacking in the borough, and also to meet the various spatial objectives which we've discussed before Christmas. The site is, as far as we're concerned, a strong contender for allocation. We recognise the harms that would be brought about through building on the site, releasing the site from the Greenbelt and building on it. Our independent study considered that there would be, or concluded that there would be, a moderate degree of harm to the Greenbelt purposes from building on the site, so not one of the higher level cases that we've discussed previously. There would, of course, be other impacts. The site is on the Pennine Fringe, and so therefore that needs to be carefully considered and mitigated should the allocation be made and planning proposals come forward on the site. Some ecological constraints, they can be mitigated as far as we're concerned. Traffic issues, but again, those can also be mitigated. So nothing, as far as we're concerned, sort of particularly exceptional in terms of the issues that would be grappled with should the allocation be made and planning proposals come forward. And so adding the points together and bearing in mind the public interest as far as we're concerned, there are indeed exceptional circumstances here to remove the land from the Greenbelt and to allocate it as proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the Greenbelt harm, then, you've said that you've referred to the independent study that was done by Arabs, was it? LUC, that's it, LUC, yes, sorry. And that identified overall a moderate harm to Greenbelt arising from development of the site. Okay, well, let's deal with that first, see if people have got any points they wish to make about the extent of Greenbelt harm, and particularly in terms of what the purposes are. Well, sorry, I mean, the main harms, just to backtrack a little bit, sorry, before I open it up. The harms seem to be in terms particularly, well, there's a number of respects actually, isn't there? It's part of a wider area of Greenbelt that serves a number of purposes: a moderate role in checking unrestricted sprawl, a strong role in preventing the merging of towns, a moderate role in safeguarding the countryside, and a strong role in preserving the setting and special character of historic towns. In terms of the second one, the merging, just to be clear, we're talking about the role that it plays in preventing the merging of Littleborough and Smithy Bridge. Are they the settlements that it helps to keep
That's
separate?
correct.
Yeah. And in terms of the setting of an historic town, Littleborough is the settlement in question, is it?
Yes, so that's one identified within the,
Yeah.
the LUC work.
And what was their view that which particular aspects of Littleborough's historic setting is this land helping to preserve?
I think obviously just an assessment that Littleborough, from their perspective, met the requirements in terms of a historic settlement, and obviously this is in relative close proximity, so there's conservation areas within Littleborough Centre. So it's just the setting of those in terms of kind of from the site to the centre, Littleborough. Yeah.
So is that particularly the top part, the northern part of the site?
It would be the closest, yes, or probably the higher levels of
the
the
higher
site,
level,
yeah.
towards the middle of the site.
That's as it goes up towards Smithy Bridge,
Yeah.
kind of the existing housing there, it's
Yeah.
slightly more elevated.
Okay, right. Okay, understood. So that's the greenbelt issues. Does it any contributions from others? Yes, let's start with CPRA in terms of specifically the harm that would be caused to greenbelt in this instance that you consider.
Yeah, CPRE feels that the contribution to greenbelt purposes is not low to moderate, rather a higher level of harm due to preventing sprawl, stopping the merging of very different distinct towns, and then also countryside encroachment.
Sorry, the merging of two distinct towns, Littleborough and Smithy Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you covered that, but
Yeah.
I suppose we're curious as to why, given it provides two strong purposes and then moderate for 1A, 1B and 3, why it's deemed to be a lower level of harm. It doesn't seem to
Understood.
correlate.
Yeah. Okay. Littleborough Greenbelt Group. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For the record, I was born 400 yards from the site that we're discussing now. There are archaeological...
Can we leave issues such as that until we come on to the...
I'm sorry. Yeah,
just strictly on Greenbelt. I'm just looking at the Greenbelt. We will come on to all these issues, but I'd like to take them in chunks if I could, just to keep things manageable. Thank you. Yeah, working on down the...
Thank you, John Taylor. Hopefully this is the right place to mention it. We're talking about two places merging together. However, and they will, this actually may merge into Hurstead as well, because one of the other allocations is just off Smithy Bridge Road, and you've also got the Russell Holmes development, which starts to merge the whole area together, and not just these two.
Sorry, the other allocation that you're talking about is the one further north, the up Smithy Bridge Lane, is it? Smithy Bridge Road, Smithy Bridge Lane, whichever it's called. Sorry. On the left-hand side as you go up the... Yeah, up from the railway station. Yeah, understood, yeah. So that's a site we'll be talking about next week, I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Any other points on Greenbelt down this side? Yes, moving on.
Just to add to what Councillor Taylor said, in my view, it also affects the area of Durnley too, because if you look at this, the land that's Greenbelt now, from the fields above, this is the only buffer between Durnley, Littleborough, Smithy Bridge, and indeed Small Bridge, if the other Russell developments went ahead too. So it actually, when you look at it from almost from above, you can see this is almost the last piece that's separating those villages from one another.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Bloor Homes on the Greenbelt issues.
Yeah, just a very simple point, sir. In terms of the effects, you'll have seen from our matter statement, we draw attention to both the 2016 study, but also the assessment of proposed allocation study, which is the more fine-grained one, because the former deals with a much wider area, which identifies against the four purposes which were assessed in that study: moderate, relatively limited, moderate, and relatively limited, with an overall moderate, low. Sorry, forgive me, low, moderate effect. We think that's the more appropriate assessment, noting, sir, that you intimated moderate, just drawing attention to the fact the more fine-grained study said actually lower than moderate.
Yeah, I think in the notes that we put in the preamble to the questions, it did actually refer to low to moderate, but anyway, yeah. I mean, it's a subjective assessment. Obviously, LUC did their study, and you know, that's been accepted by the plan-making authorities as a consistent approach. Fair enough, but obviously different views are quite legitimate. So interested to hear those, particularly those with a strong knowledge of the local area. So it's interesting to hear what people have said about the role they see it playing in terms of those greenbelt purposes. Okay. Anything further on Greenbelt that you want to say just on the Greenbelt purposes before we move on?
No, so what you've just said sums it up as far as we're concerned.
Thank you. Right, in terms of the Greenbelt boundaries, the new Greenbelt boundaries would be defined in this instant by Hollingworth Road to the east and Lake Bank and the lake, I suppose, to the south. Is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
So in terms of what NPPF says about boundaries, Greenbelt boundaries being defined by readily recognisable physical features that are likely to be permanent, those two roads would meet that test, I suppose you'd say?
Yes, it's our view that they represent strong boundaries in relation to this site.
Okay, and in terms of any issues around sort of the landscaping of the interface between the development site and, well, particularly the lake to the south and the Greenbelt and countryside to the east, we'll pick up those details, I think, when we talk about the requirements in the policy about what it says about landscaping, green infrastructure and things. But in terms of the physical feature that defines the boundary, it's the roads themselves that perform that function.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Anything anybody wish to say about the Greenbelt boundaries and whether they're likely to be permanent physical features that will contain this site, irrespective of the harm that you say would be caused by developing on it itself, but it's in terms of defining it, it's defined by those road features. Okay. Yeah, Blorholmes.
Thank you, Chair. So just one additional point in relation to boundaries, and we've referred to this in our hearing statement. There's a live application by Vistry Partnerships to the immediate north of the draft allocation site. Now, that particular site already benefits from permission for 174 houses. That goes back some years, and it's been lawfully implemented. In addition to which, there's a current live application for a reduced number of dwellings. I think it's 127. That's the land to the immediate north, or north and east, I think, of the site.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, because I've sort of taken that as a given, even though it hasn't actually, I mean, you say it's been implemented, permission, there's not much evidence on the ground of buildings, I don't think, is there at the moment?
No, that's right,
Yeah.
but we've presented you with some information as to the legalities of it. It has been, as I understand it, legally implemented, but there's a live application which I think was due to go to the Council's committee at the tail end of last year. Didn't do so for a number of reasons. I think it's due to go shortly. Point is, it's got permission.
Yeah, okay. As I said, I mean, the way the plan presents this allocation, it seems to assume that development is going to happen, and this is not an extension to it, but it would link to it. And actually, physically on that, in terms of this concept plan, would it physically link in terms of the road network and active travel links?
Well, so we've made clear in our submissions that Blorholmes is committed to working collaboratively and collectively with Vistry. Having said that, the site is capable of being independently accessed, and in fact there's a team of specialists assembled already, including highways consultants, and they're working up proposals for the specific access. It can be accessed independently of Hollingworth Road.
Yeah, and that's what the plan proposes, access from Hollingworth Road, which we'll deal with that later when we go through it. But I was just thinking about, irrespective of that, there is the opportunity, is there, to potentially link into the...
opportunities for a number of pedestrian links, cycle links, etc., yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, thanks. Just that's a helpful concept, so yeah, context, so it's helpful to have that. Right, so I think we've dealt with the Greenbelt purposes, Greenbelt boundaries. In terms of the third item on the agenda, which is a national planning policy requirement about making compensatory improvements to remaining Greenbelt, I think we'll pick that up later as a matter of detail as we go through what the policy says as originally submitted and then as suggested to be modified. So we'll leave that one for now. Which, on the fourth item on the agenda then, is whether the site's location is a suitable one. And that has already been addressed, I think, by GMCA in terms of identifying the two site selection criteria that it met and how it met those. So is there anything else you wish to say about that?
No, sir. As we said earlier on, as recorded in our papers, it's 1 and 7 for the reasons which I outlined briefly earlier.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of the kind of more, I suppose, subjective assessment of how it relates to the urban areas, you can look at it in two ways, I suppose. One is the Greenbelt issue, is about it being a large chunk of open land between two separate settlements that is going to be filled in, or you can look at it in terms of how it relates to the existing development to the west and then the committed development to the north. And I suppose the position there is you say, well, it kind of fits in between those two existing bits of urban development.
Yes, and its proximity to the town centre.
Yes, and proximity to the town centre. Okay.
It's well located.
Yeah, okay. Anything that people wish to say about its location? I know there's some other issues about its relationship, not only with the urban area, but with the lake and the South Pennines, in terms of, you know, whether it's suitably located in relation to those and how those are appreciated and experienced. So, CPRE.
Yes. CPRE doesn't think the site's suitable because it is very difficult to access in terms of highway, and there are ecological concerns as well. I think the local group are going to refer to them in more detail, but we query the sustainability of the site for those two key reasons.
So not necessarily locational, but to do with site-specific issues that you think can't be addressed satisfactorily, the highways access and the...
That's right, because although it may appear that the site is in proximity to the Metrolink stop, the kind of gradients and the topography and the actual practicalities of using the site, if houses are developed there, I think there are real practicalities in terms of frequency of local bus services and actually accessing onto that, because there's already congestion experienced at peak times and it would exacerbate existing problems.
Okay, well, we'll come on to...
Are we on the right site? Forgive me, because there's no Metrolink stop.
Yeah, no, we are.
The next site? Are you thinking about the next site we're dealing with?
No. It's further up the road. I think when I drove past, it may be further beyond. But it's a difficult site to get to. You have to use your car. It won't promote sustainable patterns of travel.
Okay. Well, I understand the point you're saying about topography. Obviously, there's understand that. But there's two train stations that are within measurable walking distance, I think, certainly as the crow flies. I mean, how you actually physically do it, it's maybe different. But, I mean, I think that was the point that's been made in terms of meeting the site selection criteria. It's the proximity to those two train stations.
I still maintain there are issues with the site in terms of accessing.
Okay. Well, we'll come on to some of the access issues later and the mitigations that are suggested when we look at the development requirements. But in terms of the broad principle of the location of the site and whether it's a sensible place to build however many homes it is, I've forgotten now, 300, yeah. Moving on down then to the...
Hello. I'll take this gentleman up on a number of points, actually. One is that with the lake, actually, they're trying to build against a dam wall, and they're talking about developing a school, a primary school, which is directly underneath the dam wall. My main concern with that is, should there be any damage to the integrity of that dam wall, and we have a primary school in its path and a number of houses containing families. Well, there is other incidents at Whaley Bridge, for example. I think that is rather a dangerous place to put it. On another point, the gentleman mentioned good transport links, and unfortunately there aren't. On Hollingworth Road, there is one bus an hour. I don't call that a good transport link. And especially for anybody that needs to... we have quite an ageing population in Littleborough. In fact, a large percentage of our population is over 50 and a great number over 65. So if you've got a house around that area and you're trying to carry your shopping and everybody's referring to walking or cycling, and the topography of the area, it's not always suitable. So it might be okay if you're a young 20-something, you'll be able to do it. But for the rest of us, you're back into your car. Talking about cars and congestion, piece of research, a survey done by the transport body, highlighted that the junction at the bottom of Hollingworth Road and at the top of Smitherbridge Road, where you can go either way, you see, into Littleborough, they're actually already over capacity now, and that's before they build the 300 houses for Bloor and the 174 houses for the AXO sites. And if you think that each of those houses quite possibly, especially with executive homes, would have perhaps 2 or 3 cars per household if they've got families that are growing up and are past the test, that is an awful lot of cars to put onto an already congested area.
Okay, thank you. I will come on to the access and the road issues and the transport issues in more detail later, but I know the points you made and I appreciate that, and we'll have a discussion about that and the mitigations that are proposed. But yeah, moving on down, and another point about
thank you.
broad location.
Just to reiterate about the a lot of planning applications, not that come to this level, but a lot of planning applications these days, certainly within Rochdale Borough, make an assumption of walking and cycling. And I'll only end up sitting here now. I couldn't walk or cycle. If I lived there, I would struggle. So that's a good point that Tracy made, and just like to reiterate that.
And is that because of the topography particularly? I mean, if you had links made from the site towards the to the north to go towards the railway stations, would that not be a convenient?
It's probably from that site, if you walk down through and access the potential Vistry site, which is not a done deal yet.
No.
It's equidistant probably to either railway station, and for someone who's not as mobile as the younger generation, it would be some feet.
Okay, not a convenient.
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other points about the broad location, site suitability in sort of principle before we move on to some of the detail, all the detail issues that we're going to... Yeah, sorry, one more. Councillor Taylor, is it?
Yes. Thank you. Really, I echoed the comments that have been made already, but there are 1 or 2 other aspects of this that I think need taken into consideration. The A58 is the only road that runs through Rochdale, Littleborough and into West Yorkshire. When the motorway closes, as it does occasionally, or when there's an accident or roadworks, the whole network there is clogged up. There isn't an alternative route to take through Littleborough. Adding more to that just puts additional strain on. As Tracy said, the Greater Manchester Transport Assessment, which I take as fact as opposed to opinion, says the junctions are already above capacity. If you look at the width of the road on Lake Bank, it's very, very narrow. There's no way to improve that infrastructure. If you look at the junction in the bottom of Hollingworth Road, Canal Street, the one road goes under the railway arches. It can't cope with the traffic now. And without spending probably millions of pounds, there's no way to improve that to a satisfactory level and make it capable of taking more traffic.
Okay, as I said, we will come on to the traffic issues and the mitigations in due course, but you're making the points, and we've noted them. DMCA will note them, and we can respond to them in due course. So, yes, in terms of site location suitability.
Yes, in terms of location suitability and using public transport, it simply will not happen in my view. We have an estate that abuts the Littleborough railway station, Stubley Mill Road, that was built about 10-15 years ago, lots of young families on there. We were told at the time they'll use the train, they'll use the bus. Nowhere could be closer than that. We have done surveys on that road, and the overwhelming majority of people, 90-odd% of the public, use their cars to go into Rochdale every day. So even when they're right up to the train station and the buses, certainly because of the train and the lack of service and the fact that you can't quite often get on one, people do not use them. They're still using the cars. So I cannot imagine that this one, that isn't as accessible as that, is going to mean that more people will start using public transport.
Okay, thank you. Bloor Homes.
Very simple point, and not repeating points that have already been made. by the GMCA, but just drawing attention to paragraph 110A of MPPF. The councillor, with respect, is absolutely right that we don't live in a command economy where people can be forced to abandon their cars. What national policy requires us to do is to provide appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport, and that should be foremost when looking for sites to be allocated. So a site which is equidistant and within 800 metres walking distance of 2 train stations and adjacent to a route which already has a bus service upon it is the sort of site that plainly should be considered to be brought forward when it comes to consideration of sites.
Okay, thank you. We've had a good first rehearsal of the access and transport issues, but we will come back to them. That's fine. GMCA, in terms of...
Well, on that basis, if we're coming back to them, we'll come back to them. But the point that's just been made is, with respect, is a powerful point. I mean, frankly, if in looking for sites to meet needs, you can't prioritise the allocation of a site which is within walking distance of 2 railway stations, we've come to a sorry pass, to be quite frank.
Okay, so broad principle in terms of its location and its strategic position in relation to public transport understood. When we come maybe look at some of the more detailed issues that people have raised about particular junctions and in the context of the mitigations that have been identified in the locality assessments.
In our Appendix D, yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so we'll come on to that. But it's helpful to have that initial discussion about it, how it relates to the sort of the broad location of where it is. Right, so can we now then move on the policy that's in the plan, JPA 22, and I think the easiest way to do this is to go through each part of it. The way that the suggested changes have been presented, they include all the original parts of the policy, don't they, in there?
That's right. So
in the black font.
Yes.
Or no, well, unchanged parts are in the black font.
I'll just get a
if it's new, it's red. And if it's crossed out, it's what was originally there but now proposed to be removed.
Indeed. And this is the moment when my laptop has decided to freeze, but I've...
Right, you've got it.
Because I've got a lovely black and white.
Anyway, you've got the words. So
we don't like to waste money on coloured printouts, you see. So.
Right.
But I had it a moment ago and it's gone off my screen.
Do you need a minute to find it?
Okay. Far away,
anyway,
so I think I'll be able to work my way through
the first point is basically just defining what the development proposed on the site is, which is 300 homes, including higher value family housing, to meet needs within the local area and to attract and retain higher income households. And that kind of relates back to an issue we were discussing yesterday.
That's
about,
right, sir.
What's the purpose of encouraging particular, in this case, higher value family housing. And I think yesterday we were talking about that may mean larger houses than...
It's that transformational point we made yesterday.
Okay. There's a reference about taking advantage of its attractive setting next to Hollingworth Lake and the Rochdale Canal, which is followed through in some of the other requirements as we go through the policy. And then there's a clarification by a change that would require affordable housing.
Indeed.
And just we've had the discussion about Rochdale policy, but broadly that would mean roughly 15% affordable. And in this particular case, in terms of the sort of viability type issues, is there anything to indicate at this stage that you would be achieving the 15% or something different?
Well, it's a category 1 site in viability terms, so it's well placed to deliver the policy. Bear with me for one moment. Mr. Poole is just shuffling his notes. Yes, so this is one where with the sensitivity test we get to category 1 and we've got promoters as well.
Okay, well we'll see if the promoters wish to say, but so the broad expectation would be this would deliver 15%, roughly 15% of the homes as affordable homes?
That's correct. So
yeah, okay. Right. Anything anybody wishes to say about this particular part of the policy then? I mean, it's saying it's suitable for 300 homes and 15%, the council clarified, would be expected to be affordable. Bloor Homes.
The answer to your question, sir, is yes, that we are confident in terms of the site's viability, notwithstanding some of the third-party comments. And indeed, the matters set out within Criterion 1 are amongst the number of reasons why my clients are here. And you'll be aware, sir, from our matter statement that Bloor Homes have a bit of experience in this area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the second part of the policy then, which is a sort of standard requirement in this plan for most of the larger allocations anyway, for a master plan and design codes to ensure comprehensive development.
That's right, sir.
Some of the sites, there's been reference to a phasing and delivery plan. Is that something that's required in this case?
We thought not in this particular case. Again, it's as a result of conscious thought, as opposed to it being an accident or random.
No, that's helpful. So this kind of the appropriate development, as you see it, can be achieved through the normal master planning.
Absolutely.
Granting permission with conditions and, and obligations as necessary.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything you want to say about that? No.
No, we agree, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
So I think we've identified 40 to 50 a year in a single development, so it won't be a phased development.
So one developer taking it through 40 to 50 per year.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, which brings me on to part 3, which is talking about a landscape-led development and the Pennine Fringe setting with there's some changes to it, but I mean, and high-quality green and blue infrastructure.
Yes, we've shuffled points around to make this, well, we hope, clearer and more to the point in item number 3.
So high quality green and blue infrastructure, so that's reflecting that's providing green spaces and landscaping on the site. The blue infrastructure, any water features, there's a pond on the site, I understand.
It's taking into account the particular circumstances we've got here.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of its setting, the Pennine Fringe is referred to here. There are other policies, and we've had some discussion about this. There's a thematic policy, I think it's JPG1, that refers to landscape character areas. And there is, I think some of the policies, and maybe we've suggested some changes to some of the policies for you to consider, whether there are any reference to that JPG1 and the particular landscape character area would help clarify what this is asking for.
It could well do so, and I'm sure we wouldn't have any issue with that at all. There's, I think, a particular history around this reference to the Pennine Fringe setting here, isn't there, Mr. Poole?
Yeah, in some respects, yeah. I mean, in terms of our own local plan, if you like, that was in place last, we referred to kind of the broad area in the north of the borough as the Pennine Fringe setting. So we have a kind of way of, I suppose, looking at the spatial nature of the borough, if you like. So it's kind of a reference to that, really, in terms of just landscape terms generally.
And in terms of its part of being a landscape character area as mapped in this plan, do you know off the top what that is and whether that would help in understanding what is being required here in terms of design and layout?
I mean, I think there's anything particularly specific. I think it's just acknowledging its location and its proximity to that would kind of lend itself to probably certain kind of master planning and kind of landscaping that would kind of reflect that.
But as I've said, so we'd have no issue at all with there being a cross-reference to the landscape character policy, which is one of the thematic policies. I think the location of the site here, its particular location, almost speaks for itself, to be quite frank. If you were bringing forward a development on the site of any quality, it's pretty obvious what you would seek to do, but there'd be no problem about referring to
No, okay. Right, the Greenbelt Group. In terms
Yeah,
of
could I ask a question, if I may, on that statement, deliver a landscape-led development which takes advantage of its Pennine Fringe setting. Could someone possibly answer what exactly that means?
I think that's
Forgive me.
I think that's what I was asking as well. Do you want to have a brief indication on, I don't know, maybe the developers would want to?
Yeah, I think obviously it's just to reflect the setting of the site. Obviously, its proximity to, the country park, and just to ensure that I suppose the development, takes account of that in terms of the master planning, kind of landscaping. Obviously, the indicative plan shows good areas of kind of green space within the layout. and obviously connectivity and things like that. So I think it's just having regard to that. It's kind of linked to the master planning process, but just probably emphasising a little bit in relation to this current setting of the site.
Building materials and things like that, does it?
Yes, things like that would be a consideration, and like I say, boundary treatments and so on.
Yeah.
But the gist of the policy requirement, considering this as an allocation requirement, is to ensure that the landscape isn't an afterthought, if you like, that it actually is the leading edge of the development, is, you know, that it's led by landscape issues rather than landscape being something which is tacked on at the end of the process, and taking advantage of its pen-unfringed setting. Well, as I said earlier on, the location of the site almost speaks for itself. I mean, in terms of a quality development, bearing in mind the particular aspiration here for higher value family housing, one would have thought it would be pretty self-evident that a development should and would take advantage of the particular setting the site has. But obviously that's spelt out in the policy just in case.
Okay. CPRA, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, it's. I'm glad that it's been picked up. I mean, I suppose it adds. It's not really a policy wording point. It's a point about the value of the site as it is, adding green space to a very well visited area. If you go, I don't know if you've visited Hollingworth Lake before, but on bank holiday weekends in the summer, it's a very high number visitor destination, and people not only enjoy walks by the lakeside, but you'll notice there's a lot of public footpaths across the area, and people do use the area for walking. So there is a value in the site as it is, and it is appropriate to have a landscape-led criteria should it go forward to development, to make sure, because obviously local people enjoy the site as it is for walking, and they need to have those connections and ensure, you know, heights of buildings are considered with the landscape in mind, given its fringe location.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a couple of points.
Yeah, understood, yeah. Okay. The Greenbelt Group, your sign's still up. Have you
Please. I heard the phrase building materials mentioned there, and in my alter ego, I am chairman of Littleborough Civic Trust. We have met with Blow Homes on 2 occasions already. They would discuss no further than design concepts, which I think is appropriate, now that building materials have been mentioned. Some 40-odd years ago, Littleborough Civic Trust developed a significant document called the Littleborough Town Design Statements, which was adopted by Rochdale Council, but tends to be ignored. The Stubley Meadows development is one classic example of it being ignored. So if, I would like to think, if and only if this goes ahead, that it would not be ignored.
Okay, thank you for that. So, if the allocation were to go ahead, detailed design and building materials and landscaping, all those things, very important to you from a,
I think what my colleague here is trying to say is that part of this Littleborough design statement, the buildings, we expect them to be built in stone with a slate roof, so that they're in keeping with the historic town theme. Now, unfortunately, what's been happening in with building that's been going on so far is that the outer fringes have been clad in a stone effect, but yet everything else on the inside of the estates have been thrown up in red brick. So although this policy was adopted in 2004 by our local council, nothing has been enforced. We appreciate that might make the developments more expensive for the developers, but we do need to preserve, excuse me, our historic village.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. I mean, there's a certain level beyond which a plan like this can go to, I think, in terms of specifying, you know, details, and that goes beyond my role, I think, looking at that particular detail. But I think it's very important to understand those sort of issues and what the policy such as this is meaning and what it's actually trying to achieve. So thank you very much for that. That was helpful. Blow Homes.
Thank you, sir. just to draw your attention in relation to the question that you asked about landscape character areas,
Yeah.
there's a document within the background submission documentation, which is 10.6.14, which is the Tyler Grange piece of work, which is the landscape analysis, which leads to the last two plans within that document. Those are pages 24 and 25 of the PDF, which identify the structural reasons why the concept plan that you mentioned that you had before you at the very start of the examination, that how that's being derived, and that has been very much influenced by the character appraisal, which is described in section 4 of that document. So we are completely cognizant in relation to the sensitivities of the site. We understand that by Pennine Fringe, that means there are sensitivities, which is not simply the character area within which it falls, but the views from other character areas, and the influences of the lake, the canal, the railway, etc. So, and that's all influenced the proposed layout, which I appreciate is not for determination at this stage, nor is materials, but all of those are factors which can be brought forward to ensure a sensitive development. So there's been a lot of thought that's been given to this in advance, and it has been landscape-led to inform the allocation, and certainly we commend that document to you. And in bringing matters forward, I'm not sure there's a need to cross-reference to JPG1, but maybe some additional text within the reason justification of the policy might make it clearer as to what's meant by Pennine Fringe. Just thinking, I think those who've read into the documentation that's before this examination will understand it, but a future decision maker might think that it is simply the landscape character area and it's more than that.
Yeah, understood. The landscape character area being one particular requirement, but the wider context here brings in other things as well.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. And the Tyler Grange work looks at that wider context and says that's why it's informed. That central green area down the middle, for example, explains why that's around.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of reference is made to its value at the moment as well, both because it's undeveloped and green, but also it's the fact that it's got a number of footpaths across the site. That's obviously those are things that would be picked up again in the master planning process and the design, the concept plan. I did notice from the concept plan that the sort of the footpaths that seem to go across the site at the moment in an east-west direction seem to be incorporated onto roads, whereas the north-south ones tended to be more incorporated into sort of green infrastructure, landscaped areas. What's the sort of rationale behind that in terms of?
I think it's a first stab at how you would deal with that. I mean, that's shown in diagrammatic form on page 24 of the Tyler Grange document, and essentially it's the north-south. I mean, the broadly actually they're not quite on the cardinal directions, but the north-south are enhanced in terms of the experience through the site because of the extensive green infrastructure. The east-west, yes, it's currently shown on state roads, but any detailed layout could address that as to whether there would be further green linear elements through it. But the current stab at this is very much enhancement of the north-south routes. As to how the detailed layout would go in terms of the east-west routes, that will be a matter for development management.
Yeah, okay. I just noticed that, and I wondered whether there was a particular rationale for it. But okay, right. Anything else on this issue about sort of design landscaping section of the policy?
No, sir. It seems, to be quite frank, it's a sensible item to have in the policy.
So the next part of the policy was part 4, which talked about design and layout complementing existing housings to the west.
Sorry, forgive me for just mentioning one thing that I've just noticed, and I should have noticed this before. The version of document 10.6.14 that's on the website, because the appendices are from a landscape and visual impact assessment, have the right-hand 25% cut off. That includes the right-hand 25% of the two plans that I drew attention to. I don't think it makes any difference for the points which are being made, but it excludes the key, for example, on the penultimate plan. So it may be worthwhile, whoever's in charge of the IT behind the scenes, to have another stab at reducing the size and uploading that document.
Yeah, I did look at a couple of the documents that had been provided with it, and there was the vision document. Is that the one you're referring to, or is that a different one? I didn't make a note of the number, but there's one called a vision document that.
This is the preliminary landscape and visual overview document.
Yeah, okay.
I think you are right that there's also a problem with that document as well. But it's the A3 appendices that haven't been reduced.
Right. Okay. Thank you. let me just come on then. Yeah, so to part 4 is proposed for deletion from it. Do you want to explain the thinking behind that?
It is. It's. I'm afraid it's one of my hobby horses, really. It's one of these sort of... I mean, really, does one have to state that if you're in a policy which already requires master planning, it already requires design codes, it requires landscape-led development, high-quality blue and green infrastructure, green and blue infrastructure, taking advantage of its penile fringe setting, etc., 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 does one really have to state that in doing all of this work, you're to complement or take into account what's around you, the emerging development to the immediately to the northeast of the site, and existing neighbours. I mean, if you think one does need to descend to making statements of the blessed obvious like that, then fine, it can stay in. But it just seemed to be gratuitous, really, to be quite frank.
I wasn't quite sure what it meant anyway. In terms of
Right, even better.
so,
Even better.
So,
well, yes, I rest my case.
Okay. Anyone wish to comment on that particular one? No. In terms of part 5, I think this has been crossed out here, but it's been moved.
It's been moved to the back end of number 8.
So,
I mean, obviously the numbering is all awry, but you know.
So I'll leave that for now, and I'll just deal with the archaeology one, then we'll come on to the transport-related ones that includes the public footpaths and cycle and walking routes. In terms of the archaeology, then, this is a sort of a fairly standard requirement, but it's site-specific in the sense that of what?
Well, where the work has shown this particular potential interest, that's why we have this clause. But I just looked to my left. I'm hearing off-piece that's correct, which makes a change from my perspective.
Yes, that's correct. It's just a recommendation and an output from the historic environment assessment that was undertaken.
Okay. So it's in because there is a specific requirement on this site to do some further archaeological assessments. Yeah. Any comments on that? No. Yeah. Greenbelt Group.
Thank you. We have done some research in the past on this site, and we believe, and we have contacted the county archaeologist. We've not had any results back from that, I may add, at this moment in time, but we believe that a Roman road runs across the site from west to east, or vice versa, and the land above the hills, the hillside above to the east of Hollingworth Road, we have recovered some Roman artefacts, and there is evidence of, forgive the pun, concrete evidence, if you wish to call it that, but some groundworks up on the top of that hill that suggest there was a Roman hamlet there, or whatever it may be, fort. Not massive, but nevertheless significant. So, and that corresponds to the line across the site.
Okay, thank you. So this requirement would mean that anything like that would be looked into further by the developer before proceeding to Blowholmes.
Yes, sir. Just to draw your attention to the work that has been done in relation to this, which is documented, which is at document 10.6.19, where you've got a historic analysis. I think that the suggestion of there being a Roman road on there is misguided. There is evidence of former roadway, which predated the canal, which is discussed within that document. Certainly no evidence of a fort or Roman vicus, as it would be in that location, and that would have been picked up by this study. But in any event, it's appropriate to have the criterion because of the work that's contained in 10.6.19.
So that issue, whether there's a road or whether it was a Roman road or some later road, that would be picked up in by the investigations that would need to be done as a result of this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to add to that, sir.
Yeah.
Won't surprise you to hear that Blowholmes has already commissioned a specialist in archaeology, who have already been in touch with GMAS as well. Now, the feedback there was fairly high level, I think, at this stage. But what GMAS recommended is that a negative planning condition could be imposed to any planning permission. Now, that's one possibility, of course. But in order to speed things along, what Blowholmes have actually pledged to do over the next month or two is to commission a geophysical survey, which is one of the requirements of criterion 6 in the policy wording. So, in other words, undertake that work sooner rather than later to try and get ahead of the curve.
I mean, the way the policy is written, it implies that you would do work ahead because it says the master plan must detail where significant archaeology must be preserved in situ. So it implies that you need to do the further investigations before you do your master plan. You need to do your master plan before you do you firm up your planning application. So that's the sequence, I think, that's envisaged by this policy.
In the world of the allocation, that's right. So obviously, with an applicant who is envisaging bringing forward a planning application, they'd be doing work to fit in with that. But in terms of the allocation itself, it's very straightforward, isn't it, really? And, you know, it does state in terms significant archaeology preserved in situ. So
Yeah, and that being identified in the master
Exactly.
plan. So before you go
Exactly.
too far, work out what
Exactly.
needs to be preserved where. And,
exactly. If there's
yeah,
anything,
okay.
if there's anything which is significant, then the policy is clear as to what should happen.
Okay. So we had parts 5, 7 and 8, which were transport related, I think. Is that right?
Where are we? Well, 5 has been backed into the end of 8.
Yeah.
Did you mention 7? Sorry, 7 has gone because it's generic,
Yeah.
as you know. There's a thematic policy. So we're presumably on to 8 now.
Yeah, we're on to 8, aren't we?
Yes.
And that deals with basically the general approach, which is making provision for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure, and having regard to the indicative transport interventions set out in Appendix D, and then the policy reference the JPC 7, which sets out a process to go through. So what have we got in Appendix D in this instance?
Quite a bit.
Yes. Let me have a look where we've gone.
Page 36, if you've got a hard copy.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to just briefly, I mean, you've heard the concerns that have already been raised about the existing road network, certain junctions at either end of Hollingworth Road and on the A58 itself having capacity issues. Do you want to just, before we get any further detail on any of that,
yes, I'll
just
pass
outline
this-
the process that we go through here in terms of looking at these various interventions?
Absolutely. So I'll pass down to my left a few places in a moment, but I assume that you're taking this item 8 probably in 3 stages. The first step being the overall approach, which, just for the benefit of people who perhaps haven't attended before or who haven't listened to the broadcasts of previous sessions, the way the policy JPC7 works in its modified form is that if, as and when the allocation's made, if, as and when a planning application comes forward, then there will need to be transport assessment work carried out. And the intention is that our initial work has indicated that certain works, highways works and similar, may well be necessary in order to ensure that there aren't unacceptable impacts in highways and traffic terms. The fine grain work that would be done for a planning application would work through the list which is set out in what's described as Appendix D here, which is going to be talked through in a few moments' time. And when that fine grain work is done, the purpose of that would be to see whether or not the works that we think at this stage may well be required, are actually required, and if they are, then they'll be secured. They'll be secured through the planning process. Then we get to the detail of the list, which I'm going to ask for a little discussion of that to come in a few moments' time. I'm assuming so that you're leaving the second part of this item until a little bit later, which is about these links. You'll recall we had some discussions yesterday about this.
The walking and cycling
wording.
links.
Yes.
Yeah, let's come on to those separately. Yeah.
Okay, so I would just go down. I'll just go down the line then for the sort of for the highway improvements itself, which are listed here. If you could just help the hearing with that.
Before you go through them in detail, I mean, you've heard the general point that the road network around this area is congested already. So the basic point being you've done an assessment, you think that the additional traffic from these number of new homes can be accommodated, but to do that satisfactorily, you may need to do some of these things. That's the basic point, yeah? Yeah, okay. Well, do you want to just talk through any detail that you think it needs to be?
Yeah, so as already pointed out, there's 2 major junctions in Littleborough, one either side. There's the junction A58 with Halifax Road, Tomerdon Road. That is an existing signalised junction, and traffic modelling has already demonstrated that within the peak hour, that junction is operating at its practical capacity, if not a little bit over. There's a series of mitigations that could be considered for that junction. and as already described, we go through those in more detail in a transport assessment and an assessment of that. The other junction that is close by is a junction of Smithy Road with the A58 on Halifax Road. Again, that is an existing junction that is already operating in the peak hour at its practical capacity. And once again, there's some proposed mitigations that could provide the mitigation for the traffic from these developments. Further afield, the locality assessment has also gone through some other interventions on other points of the network that could help improve traffic flow in the area. Again, these are existing points on the network that we would look to work through in a detailed transport assessment, as already described.
And in terms of some of the things that are identified as being necessary, these are to do with secure parking, cycle parking and bus stop upgrades and traffic calming, parking management. So they're things that you'd look for to be included in, assessed as part of the transport assessment, is that right? And then working out what the traffic flows are likely to be, assuming those were put in place as well.
Yeah, they would be included in the transport assessment and taken account of. Yeah.
And in terms of this, there was reference to the A58 more generally being congested, and I notice in here there's two things about the A58 being also potentially considered as a supporting intervention. One is local improvements to the A58, but the other one is this residential relief road. I think we might talk more about this next week as part of the other allocation, because I think is that road that could be part of that development site that goes from Smithy Bridge Road west to the A road that goes north-south some distance. Right, okay. So just as a broad indication of what the purpose of all that is, it would be an alternative to the A58, would it, to sort of spread the traffic out more?
Yeah, so there's a couple of pinch points on the A58 that are after the junction with the A58 and Tomodon Road, which is a low bridge. That has affected historically the motorway diversion routes that have already been described further down the line. The proposed residential relief road would therefore give relief to the residents of Smithy Bridge in the times when the A58 isn't able to, if there's a motorway diversion or if there are statutory undertaker works on the A58, there'd be a viable alternative route for residents of Smithy Bridge to get round, and that would help with this allocation as well. And in terms of the timing of that, it's not a programmed scheme. It's something that, when we talk about the development of the other allocation, that would facilitate it, because it would basically provide the opportunity to provide a first leg of it, first part of it. But the rest of it that goes in the westerly direction, that's just something that may come later. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
And we need just before people have come, if you like, potentially distracted by this. It is simply in as supporting here. It's not in that necessary. I know you know this, but just so we don't sort of have our eye taken off the ball, so to speak, by accident. I mean, it's not in the list of necessary interventions, presumably for reasons that will be explained, I think, in more detail when we come to an allocation next week. Which actually.
Okay. The point being, though, that this development site that we're talking about now at Smithy Bridge can go ahead irrespective of that A58 scheme.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why it's not in the necessary list even at this stage.
But the ones that we were talking about earlier about the detailed signal, the junction improvements on the A58 closer to this site, they're things that would have to be looked at and probably would be, well, they're identified at this stage as being necessary. Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to say about what's, the plan is actually suggesting needs to be done here about this site before we open up for any contributions from others? No okay.
Further details now.
Right, Greenbelt Group.
Hi, thank you. Excuse me. I'm just reading now the necessary amendments that needs to be made to the roadwork scheme. And I'll be frank, I think Rochdale Council have probably made all the amendments that they possibly could to try and ease congestion, especially at peak times. And I don't know what more the developers can do to make that any better. the roads are very narrow and currently have double yellow lines all the way down. The traffic is already from the junction at Hollingworth Road, the junction at Hollingworth Road, backs all the way up to the lake and round. 45 minutes. 45 minutes, my colleague's just telling me, to get down through that junction. I do have an issue with the Hollingworth Lake car park, actually, because once we remove the existing car park...
Can I come on to that? Because there is a separate policy requirement about that.
Oh,
I know
I'm
it's included
sorry,
in
it was
there.
just on this list.
It is
that
on the
the
list, but there is
gentleman's
also another
provided.
policy requirement about that. So
My
can I come on
apologies.
to that? In terms of what you were saying, though, about these lists of improvements to these particular junctions, you're saying, well, what does that mean? Because they've already done everything they can to improve them.
I don't know how they can make the situation any better.
Okay. Well, they may want to respond to that, but
Right.
understand the query you have, yeah.
Okay,
Moving
thank
along.
If I may, I think it's appropriate at this level, and we have met with Blowhomes, we met with Taylor Wimpey that we'll be discussing next week. We met with Vistry. Worked is probably the wrong word, but with Homes England, who still at this moment in time own the potential Vistry site. And we've got other developments, significant developments that have come along, and they're even trying more. I think it's appropriate at this level, at this time, to take into consideration what the impacts, the traffic impacts of all these developments will have, and not just look at this site in isolation.
Okay. I'll ask GMCA to respond to these points, in due course. So thank you for that. I understand that. So it's the cumulative impact of all the development that may be taking place in the area. Okay, moving along.
Thank you. Regarding the relief road, I don't think that should be brought into this particular application at all. It really is a red herring. It's very much for next week, but even on next week, that development would only provide the road that goes nowhere. We're probably talking about another 20, 30 years before we actually have that relief road. So I don't believe we should take that into consideration whatsoever. Regarding mitigation, I again will be interested to know what mitigation can be provided, because certainly over the past 20 years we've had major developments in that area. We are always told measures will be put in place to improve the road, and every single development has created further problems along the A58. The time now to get to Rochdale can be anything up to 45 minutes with the slightest incident on that road occurring. There doesn't seem any way of improving it. This is the only one road in, and I can't see any measures that could be brought in to make that feasible. I think it's also worrying that I'm aware of a business that was in Littleborough, and they had a similar business in Bamford, the other side of Rochdale. They've now closed the Littleborough branch down, because they cannot guarantee they can get between those two places in a suitable timescale for business purposes. So it is worrying, and there are people within the Littleborough area who are deciding to leave that area because of the traffic problems and the constant congestion. On a road like that is so busy, you're always going to have an incident, and quite often an evening can take you well over an hour to get from Rochdale back to Littleborough, and people have just fed up with it. And I'd be really interested what measures could be put in place, because to me, other than wholesale demolition and creating a dual carriageway, which we did in Small Bridge many, many years ago, that would be the only solution. None of us want to see that.
Okay, understood and clearly put. Thank you. Blowhomes.
Not much to add. We endorse what's been said in terms of the technical points raised by Rochdale Council officers. Obviously, from what's just been said, we don't know what measures there are to improve the road. That's not the test. The test is whether or not the effect of the development would give rise to a severe impact on the highway network. That's national policy. And based upon the information that's been provided so far, there are plainly no showstoppers. I do note, and this is, I know, cold comfort to those who oppose it, but Appendix D is indicative measures. It will be for the developer at the point of an application to demonstrate that the effect of the development would be that there would not be any severe impacts upon the road network. Now, that's not a development consuming its own smoke, i.e. making things no worse, which used to be the test, but it's certainly not the test of a requirement to improve the road network. That's no longer government policy. That may be a debate for others, but it's not a debate that's really relevant to these proceedings. And our position is very much that with the necessary elements in Appendix D, we are very confident there are no showstoppers in relation to this particular scheme.
Sorry, are you saying that that in practice what it means is that these interventions, if they were provided as part of this development, wouldn't be expected to improve the current conditions, but they would be expected not to make it, well, worse or, well, severe?
Yes, but there's a more nuanced answer to that, because there is an obligation upon a developer to come forward to demonstrate what measures can be brought forward in a cost-effective way to maximise the use of non-car modes, and then to ensure that there are measures cost-effectively to mitigate the impacts. And then the test is to see whether the residual effects of the development is a severe effect on the highway network. So there's those preliminary 2 stages to go through before you get to that. But the residual point used to be making matters no worse, what highway consultants used to respond to as consuming their own smoke, which always did seem a bit of an odd analogy. But it has never been the test in the last half a century that you should be improving the situation. The test was previously make it no worse. The test now is, after you've taken those measures, prioritising public transport, then undertaking cost-effective measures, is the residue a severe impact on the network in capacity or safety terms? We are very confident that the answer to that will be no in this case.
Yeah, okay. And ultimately, that's a judgment for the local authority to make as planning authority and highway authority.
At the point of detailed application, yeah.
And obviously, people feel that the network's already under severe stress. So, you know, that's something that the council, as highway authority and planning authority, has to grapple with.
And that's completely understood, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Anything you want to... Well, there's a couple of points I think you can respond to, and any general more points on this issue of highway mitigations.
Yes, I just want to start with the approach, and then I'll just pass the point down a few to the left just to see whether we can just flesh out, you know, what might happen to these traffic signals, etc., you know, what can actually be done. I don't know whether... Well, I can speculate myself, but we're here in a few moments, you know, what's in mind. But just to set the scene, I mean, as my friend Mr. Tucker has said, yes, the test in the National Planning Policy Framework, so it's a matter of national policy, is that one can only stand in the way, if you like, of development where the residual impacts of the development itself would be severe. The word severe is, as you will know, not defined in the framework, and so it's just used in its ordinary sense. You look at the dictionary, the OED, Oxford English Dictionary, defines severe as very great. For those of us who have read the entire framework, there is no bar set higher in the entire framework than this bar. There's nothing above it. There's nothing higher than it. It's a very high bar indeed. Severe, very great impact, and that is of the development itself. There is a relatively recent High Court case involving Tunbridge Wells, where the High Court has made it clear, as to be honest, one would have thought is clear enough from the language of the framework anyway, that the severe impact one's looking for is from the proposed development itself. And if existing conditions can be described as is very often the case as one does planning work around the country, one very often finds local people understandably saying, well, traffic at the moment is severe, you know, it's really very bad. But the High Court has made it quite clear that that isn't the point that's addressed in the framework. The point that's addressed in the framework is that the impact needs to be severe of the proposed development, needs to be very great. So in those circumstances, I mean, obviously all of our work has been addressing that approach in national policy, which is the approach we have to follow as local planning authorities and local highway authorities. And that is why we have this list of potential mitigations in our Appendix D, which we've been through very briefly. So that's just a bit of scene setting. As for the question, well, and before moving on, I should just say in relation to the relief road, it was said to be a red herring. I mean, I would certainly, as I said myself, you know, we shouldn't really allow ourselves to be in any way distracted by the relief road. It really isn't to the point. for this discussion. I would, whether I would say red herring or not, I don't know, but I would certainly say let's not get ourselves overexcited or agitated about it. So just turning to a few steps down to my left, just as to whether there's any further explanations you could give as to what potentially one could do to the traffic signals, please.
Yep, no problem. So in terms of the junction of the A58 Tomerdon Road, currently operates as a set of signals and then an offset stop line in terms of a full stop. So that junction could potentially be fully signalised. There are also other technologies that we could introduce as well with regards to managing traffic at traffic signals, so that could be a further consideration as well if required. One other point to make was the cumulative effect in terms of the modelling. It has all been included, and then that's been the outcome of the locality assessment, and that's where the interventions have come from.
Okay, well, I'm not going to get bogged down in the detailed technological approaches that could be used, but I mean, what you're saying to me, I think, is that there is potential ways and realistic ways of getting a bit more capacity out of it, or improving those junction flows that the Highway Authority is satisfied can be achieved.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Without large-scale demolition and that sort of, it's not that major sort of thing. It's more to do with the use of technology and signalling, etc. Understood. Okay, that's helpful clarification, and that would all be worked through in detail at the stage of the transport assessment. Okay, anything further on the sort of the road issues that people wish to make? I don't want to go back over the same things again, but you've made you very clearly explained what the issues are and the concerns that you have, and you've heard what the response is. So we'll go away and give that consideration. CPRE.
Yeah, it's just the point about the site will experience very, very heavy traffic at particular times related to weekend and holiday visits to the lake, which is an unusual load on that road. Obviously, issues about peak travel and congestion have been picked up. And I suppose the point about the frequency in which the M62 does become blocked, and that it's at least once a week or every other week when that would happen. It's a more usual event than you might expect. So just to bear those issues in mind.
Okay, thank you. On that point of detail, in terms of the locality assessment, I mean, usually done in terms of peak flows, presumably sort of, normal commuting type times. Has there been a different approach here when you're looking at this particular visitor traffic? Is that something that needed to be looked at, or is it not significantly different?
No, it's standard looking at the peak flows. Yeah.
So it wasn't a different dimension taken here in terms of looking at bank holidays, Sundays, or whatever, when the visitor times are greatest?
No, I recognise that it can become busier. However, it's quite difficult to predict those and when those events might be, because it's largely weather dependent.
Yeah, okay. Right, let's move on from the road issues. As I say, there's plenty there for us to think about. The second part of this, what would now be part A, well, it may not be numbered, but anyway, in addition to these reference to the Appendix D interventions, there's some specific requirement here relating to facilitating high-quality, safe and convenient walking and cycling routes through the site. So that's about the design and layout of the site.
Exactly, yeah.
And then to identify where those links ought to be able to connect to beyond the site. And we had this similar discussion.
We had a similar discussion yesterday. So whether the language is elegant enough, if you like, to capture the concept, I think it is, but I mean, you'll tell us in due course. But as we discussed yesterday, when we had something similar on one of the other allocations, this is about what those who bring forward an application on the site should do within their site. It's through the site to provide linkages to. So it's not actually, for example, saying that there should be these more extensive works elsewhere outside the site, and you'll see that they're not picked up in our list of necessary works in the appendix either.
No, and in terms of, the places that you're providing links to are Littleborough Town Centre, Hollingworth Lake and the 2 railway stations, and Rochdale Canal. So it's going in most directions from the site. It's looking to use those. And in practical terms, what does that mean? Does the existing rights-of-way on the site that obviously link off-site onto Hollingworth Road and also to the housing development to the west, it would be utilising those, would it? And potentially creating new ones?
Yes, I mean, I think obviously that the rights of way are picked up in the kind of master plan to some extent that we've kind of mentioned earlier, that they are key links because they do, they have the opportunity to link through to Smithy Bridge and the station. They've got these east-west links. I think a key route, probably not, is the Littleborough Canal, because obviously in terms of access to the canal itself, but the canal towpath itself operates as quite a key kind of northeast to southwest kind of route that effectively links the 2 stations. I mean, if you look at the canal on the plan, you can see that it effectively kind of links the 2 stations, and it's also a national cycle network already. The Littleborough Canal, I think it's Route 66. I think Trans route.
And the development could link directly into that.
Yes, I think the canal, there's a kind of bridge over to the canal that effectively is on the boundary of, I think, the allocation site and the Axo Nobel site. There's a kind of right-of-way there that I know we said we're going to provide a link to these maps so you can see them, but yes, there is a kind of link there that goes, effectively follows Heald Lane and goes straight across to the bridge over the canal there.
So that would be the main opportunity to use the canal path for the cycling
in terms of linking,
to the
because there's
railway.
an existing bridge across at that point.
Okay. Right, okay. CPRE, on the cycling and walking network and links.
Yeah, it's very nice to walk along the canal path, but when I went in early January, you have to have your walking boots on, and there's no nighttime lighting. It is a rural place, and your experience is very rural at the moment, and in terms of the width of the canal towpath for both footway and cycle, I would say it's limited just because of the width there. So whether it would provide an appropriate route in either inclement weather or at night time, I think there are issues there.
Okay, thank you. Greenbelt Group.
Thank you. Really, just to consolidate what Jackie's just said there, I do live in this area and I walk the canal frequently. And yes, it's only a short distance as a crow flies if you walk that canal path, but more often than not, that is impossible. It's either too muddy, too wet, too dark. So, for instance, I wouldn't want to walk my dog in winter after 4 o'clock at night because it's pitch black. There is no lighting, it's unsafe. And I can't see anybody getting off the train and wanting to walk home down that canal path because it is unsafe and you would be worried about anybody wanting to do you harm on that path, to be quite frank.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Law Holmes.
Yeah, just to give you a reference to the document I referred to earlier on, the landscape and visual assessment, which is the 10.6.14, does show those links, which therefore show you the link through the site that's proposed and also the links across the canal.
Okay, thank you. Right, anything further on the transport-related issues? I think we'll crack on and see how we get on. We might just go on a bit after 11 because we haven't got that much more of this policy to deal with. So, the next point is an added point, which would be making provision for what's called compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility remaining greenbelt. And as these words are from national planning policy, and it's expectation that if land is taken out of the greenbelt, this is what should be done, take opportunities. And we've had this discussion on various sites, and I'm aware that there is some work that has been done to identify such opportunities in the surrounding greenbelt that was done by LUC some time ago. So this is the suggested wording that would pick up that, and it'd be something that the developer would be expected to take forward, looking at the LUC work and any other opportunities. And this may be providing contributions for things to be done in the countryside nearby.
Exactly so, sir.
And is that something that Bloor Homes has been given consideration to, or yet, or will be?
Yes, in the generality, sir. That's understood. There is the specific issue in terms of improvements to accessibility of the green belt by reference to the car park relocation, and we'll perhaps come to that in due course.
Okay, yeah, good. Yeah. Okay, right. Unless there's anything anybody else we should say about that, we'll move on. The next one is about the habitat regulations assessment. This is a requirement that comes out of that bit of work that is relating to the Rochdale Canal specifically, isn't it, in this case?
Well, the first part is, and then the second part
one,
is, yeah, this is a double
one, yeah.
Double whammy one, so yes.
Right. So two separate things there. One about the impact on the canal is about the design and layout of the development on the site. The one about the South Pennine Moors is because it's within 7 kilometres of the protected sites, is that right? Yeah.
That's correct. So yeah, it falls within the...
And there's two elements to that would be required. One is to make provision on site for sufficient areas of green space to encourage people to use that locally rather than go onto the moors. And secondly, to make a contribution to a management activity for the moors. Okay. No signs in relation to that, so that's understood. CPRE, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, as well as the Rochdale Canal and the West Pennine Moors SACs, there's also Hollingworth Lake is an SBI, so I don't know if that needs specific reference, because it talks about the Rochdale Canal is a local wildlife site as well as a SAC, and Hollingworth Lake to the south is an SBI, so I don't know if that needs specific reference as well.
Well, we're here looking at habitat regulation assessment issues, so those...
Yeah, it's not a habitat, but a point I suppose made is in terms of ecology and any requirements. Are there any requirements relating to the development being close to an SBI? I suppose is the basic point.
Well, as you know, so we've had this conversation on other sites. I mean, we, as far as we're concerned, the thematic policies are perfectly good enough. I mean, it's one of those ones. But I mean, you know, we've come across this quite a bit. If there's a feature which isn't actually on the site but which is close to the site, should one actually refer to it in the policy or not? Should one refer to in the allocation of policy, or should one rely on the thematic? As you know, the school of thought which I prefer is rely on the thematic policies. Otherwise, you know, where do you draw the line for these things?
Okay, well, we'll give that some thought. But thank you for pointing that out. The Greenbelt Group.
Yes, thank you. There is a triple SI site that runs from the centre of Littleborough right through along and borders this site. It borders the Vistry site and possibly, depending on layout, will border some of this site. On that potential Vistry site, which is south of this, but potentially adjoining, as the gentleman from Blowholme said, there is badgers sets, etc., on that site. And that's without the contamination, chemical contamination. I presume badgers will not recognise these red lines. So there is going to be an impact on wildlife habitat from the potential Vistry development, as well as this one as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, if I can just say, there'll also be an enormous impact on the wildlife that's in the area. There are regularly deer all around the land in question and around the canal paths as well. Unfortunately, over the years, as their habitats have decreased, the deer are more urbanised, exactly. There's also, when we're talking about Hollingworth Lake, it's a nature reserve, and we get a lot of birds that fly from abroad. They come and they nest there and breed. But they don't just recognise that the lake is part of their breeding ground. The land that is in question is also part of it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on ecology?
I think perhaps a little bit of clarification. As far as we understand it, the triple SI that was referred to is the canal.
I assume so.
And yeah, so
yeah,
we'll
okay.
stop there.
No, okay. I suppose the general point being the ecology issue that's arisen a lot of times, and in terms of there has been work done on this site, I'm aware, and preliminary work done, and there would be a requirement for further work to be done to identify ecological
and both national and our thematic policies would come into play if, as and when planning applications are brought forward. or a planning application that's brought forward. So, I mean, we, you know, as it's totally understandable, please don't get me wrong, I totally understand the points which are being made. They have been made, obviously, consistently about, I think, most, if not virtually all of the allocations. You know, and I completely get why the points are being made, but there are policies in place which will seek to address those issues.
Okay, I'll move on to part 10, which is about, the wording's changed in detail, but the basic point is that there's a provision of a new primary school and associated outdoor playing space. Well, that's normal school playing ground, presumably, to be delivered on the site. So that'll be provided, well, let's just facilitate the delivery. Presumably that would provide the land, whether the developer would build it or not. I suppose that would be a matter of negotiation at the time. But
indeed, and you'll apply the legal tests, you know, as to exactly what's necessary in order to make the development acceptable. I just wanted to point out, by the way, obviously, when we're talking about the allocation itself, we're not talking about a specific location for the school. The point was made earlier on about potential safety issues, etc.
I was going to ask you about that, because the policy as submitted did say at the southern end of the site. But I think you're proposing to delete that. Is that because there hasn't been a firm decision about where it would best be located at this point in time?
That is correct, and yes, absolutely. And we didn't consider it appropriate for the policy to be definitive in that way. I mean, it's obviously an issue which could and should be worked out through the master plan, which is required.
Okay, so just to be clear then, still a requirement to facilitate a new primary school on this site. That's because that's the best way to ensure the additional classrooms that are needed for this development and potentially shortages elsewhere.
Indeed.
Okay,
but very clearly we are not seeking to spell out where that should be provided, because it's obviously not a good idea to do that, frankly, at this stage.
Unless it's known, I suppose, for whatever reason, but it's not.
Exactly.
No. Okay, and then in terms of secondary school, this is a normal approach whereby you're not going to build a new secondary school, but this development will generate more secondary school age children that would then need to be accommodated, and you'd developer make a contribution to fund if there needs to be a capacity
in accordance with our thematic policy.
Yeah, okay. All right, understood. Anything people want to say about the provision of a primary school and schools on the site? CPRE first? Or?
Yeah, well, it's good news, because previously there was concern about, it had been mentioned, the integrity of the lake wall and the position of the school at the south side, and also the fact that there's queuing traffic on those two roads a lot of the day. So in terms of air quality issues arising, it almost ought to be wording in the policy to say a school cannot be located there, to have that kind of confidence that there wouldn't be those issues relating to a school.
Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, I don't want to get into the whatever risk there may be about the dam and the dam wall and structural issues such as that, because that's, I think, this plan, you know, it's not really for this, but I understand the point you make about the primary school. And obviously, what would be the most suitable location is something that would have to be decided, and what they're saying is they're not decided, so I think, yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I've done quite a lot of research about, just to make it known so that they do think about relocating any possible primary school. There is a substantial amount of harm that's caused from pollution to children's brains and indeed lung development. So if they had placed it to the south of the site there, basically it would have been a pollution sink. From the standing traffic, all the fumes collecting over the top of the school and floating down onto the children below, which obviously is not something that anybody would want. So obviously they've taken it on board.
Yeah,
so
okay, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, is it Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I think the points I was going to make have been made.
Right, okay.
Can I just clarify, if the school moves, will it remain within this site?
That's what the policy is saying, yes, it would be on this land, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the developer would facilitate the provision of it.
Yes, and I'd reiterate the comments that have been made.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Blowholmes.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a position of amity in these sort of examinations, but we also agree that you shouldn't be fixing the location of the primary school at the southern end. It would obviously be crackers if it was thought at the time of an application for the primary school to be in the middle or the northern end, for it to be contrary to policy, because this is a conjunctive policy rather than disjunctive. So we agree as well, but for slightly different reasons.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I just flag that up, noting that you have the concept plan in front of you, sir, and that does show the primary school at the south, and then
It does, but this concept plan was done at a moment in time, and it isn't part of this plan, so it's...
exactly. But I just wanted you to know that notwithstanding the concept plan, that we endorse the approach of flexibility as well.
Yeah, thank you. Right, the last part, part 11 of the policy is the potential now, I think, replacement of the visitor car parking.
It is, because there was an assumption made, if you like, in the previous wording that the existing car park either would be lost or part lost, and to be quite frank, I've queried that, and so it's to my mind, much better worded now to say you've got to replace any spaces that are lost, as opposed to just presupposing that you're going to either wipe out or largely interfere with the car park.
Okay, so that car park, I have been to the area and visited it, and I noticed that there's a visitor centre that seems to be being extended or improved at the moment, and there's a car park there. There are other areas of parking around the lake as well. This car park at the bottom of Hollingworth Road there, is it a heavily used one, or is it no? Do you want to just talk? Sorry, I'll just take the council, and then I'll come on to you. Do you want to just talk through this issue about the car parking and what's like?
Yeah, so the car park on Hollingworth Road has traditionally been used as overspill in case of an event, and the other car parks being full.
So it may get incorporated into the development side, in which case you'd have a think about how many spaces you need to provide further. Is that right? They need to be re-provided?
Yeah.
You look, well, as per the thing, if spaces are lost, they're to be replaced.
Yeah, okay. And I suppose that begs the question, well, where could they feasibly be located? And is the only answer in the Greenbelt somewhere nearby?
So there is, as you've already noted, there's a further car park at the I think we call it a country park. That car park could be reimagined to create more space. There could be there's a few different options that you could look at in more detail to create that space.
Sorry, when you say the country park, is that the visitor centre just off Rakewood Road?
Yes, that one. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a car park there. I think there was some discussion about a field next to that, and I think an issue was raised about it being a field that floods. So I'm not going to get down into the detail, but I suppose I'm just interested in you say there are a number of options. So that's one. What are the others in broad terms?
So yeah, you could relocate it into the field. You could reimagine one of the existing car parks. I think that'd probably be it for options.
And how many spaces are on the existing overflow car park on the site then, roughly?
So I think we capacity at 130. I think.
Okay. Right. Okay. Understood. In terms of if it was a development that took place in the Greenbelt, I think this issue's risen a few times. Would it be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, the provision of a new visitor car park? Would it be local transport infrastructure?
Might it even be an engineering operation?
Well, yes.
But yes,
the creation of it would be an engineering operation.
Exactly.
The use is a engineering operation. I'm not sure.
Well, and then you have 150 of the framework item E, material changes in the use of land, such as changes of use for ... recreation.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, the point is, it may need to be in the Greenbelt, but that was an issue that the council would deal with.
Indeed, and it's a bridge to be crossed if, as and when one comes to it.
You don't think it's a bridge that needs...
No.
Actually, it doesn't...
It's a bridge too far for the plan.
It doesn't need to be signposted.
It doesn't need to be signposted. That's a good... Thank you. That is a good tease, yes. Yeah. I haven't had any signposts this year, have I? So there's the first one.
Okay.
No, it doesn't need to be signposted, sir, because, it's arguably it would be in the beloved double negative of the framework. Arguably it would be not inappropriate. If it was inappropriate, and in due course, then very special circumstances would need to be made out, and one would have thought that according with an item in an allocation policy and an up-to-date plan, and unlocking the development potential of an allocated site, would give you good start for making those arguments if I needed to make them in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Right, CPRA, on this issue, the car parking.
Yeah, you've obviously considered it in what you've just been saying, but by developing this site for houses, you are pushing another greenbelt development, and obviously the cumulative impacts need to be considered when you're looking at overall greenbelt impact. And I think the installation of a car park wouldn't be appropriate, nor would it be an exception, so it would create a further planning problem down the line.
Okay. Yeah, Greenbelt Group.
The existing car park is actually closer to all amenities that are provided by Hollingworth Lake, and anything else would take it further away. People have further to walk. Excuse me for bringing this up, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the piece of land that they were talking about for a potential car park, as you say, is in Greenbelt, but it's also a piece of land that's currently used by United Utilities. When there is overspill from the lake, that field gets flooded in order to keep the area safe. So what would we do to keep people safe from flooding should that piece of land then become a car park?
Okay, well, I think that would have to be an issue. If that piece of land was to be considered, it would have to be an issue that was addressed. I mean, I suppose there's a number of points here. I think what this policy is basically saying that if the development were to lead to the loss of spaces, they would have to be replaced. I suppose the other side of that is, well, if you couldn't find a satisfactory replacement for them, the development would have to say, okay, in which case we'll keep the 130 spaces on the site. Yeah?
Exactly.
So either way around,
Exactly.
you're not going to lose car parking space. Yeah. No, okay. Right, yeah, sorry.
I think the gentleman from Rochdale Highways is calling it an overspill car park because it's not a made-up surface. Whereas the other one were what used to be the visitor centre, which is now Rochdale RSPCA Centre, is a made-up car park with roads and curbs, etc., etc. So I think that's the confusion where Chris has called it an overspill, and as Tracy mentioned, it is far, far closer to the amenities. And if you had the choice, you would choose that car park, albeit that it's not made up, and the access to the one where the visitor centre stroke RSPCA is virtually a single track road.
Thank you. Anything you wish to say on the car park?
Yeah, a couple of things, so thank you. The first of which is exactly the point that's just been made, which is that the policy itself precludes loss of any of the spaces on the site unless there is a replacement. So it's down to the applicant at the time of any application for permission to demonstrate that they can be replaced. Now, in terms of replacing those, we've made no secret of our intention, or my clients have. At page 9 of the hearing statement, we actually show, outlined in blue, the location of where we say the replacement visitor car park should be. That's intended to be an extension to the RSPCA visitor centre that you will have seen on site, sir. We think there's a logic to that. And certainly my client's intention would be to have spaces which will be facilitated with EV parking charging points, for example, by way of an upgrade. Now, whether that has to be part of a VSC, very special circumstances case, i.e. there is betterment as well as unlocking an allocation, or whether or not that's pursuant to local transport infrastructure and it's not inappropriate development, that's a battle for another day. I have my own views in relation to that, but certainly you have my client's intention that that's where they want to go in relation to that, to deal with the flood risk issue that arises in relation to that. If there was an argument at that stage and there was an objection from the Environment Agency, it would have to be addressed by the council before it could be consented. Again, battle for another day, as it were. But in terms of the policy itself, the policy is dead simple. You don't lose a single car parking space unless suitable alternative is provided. My clients are looking to identify that. We've been upfront about where that can be logically provided as an extension to an existing visitor centre, as well as providing betterment in numbers and facilities. Thank you, sir.
Okay, understood. Right. I think
we just wanted to clarify the use of the word overspill, by the way. So if we may, I think it's probably pretty obvious from the word, but would you like to just...
Yeah, so yeah, use the word overspill. That car park's used when other car parks are full. By its nature, it's like we said.
It's not the one you'd first go to if you were coming to visit there. Yeah, okay, understood. Anyway, I think we've got enough on the car park issue, so understood. So which brings me on to the final point about it's a standard addition to the policy to deal with the fact that it's in a mineral safeguarding area. identified in another part of in another plan. So I don't need to ask anything about that. So I think that deals with everything to do with the policy. So unless there's any other points people wish to make they haven't made about the actual policy, I'm going to move on to the final item on the agenda, which is about viability. This is subject to the assessment that was done by Three Dragons for the plan-making authorities. It found that on the standard assessment there was a negative residual value of just over 4 million, but on the sort of scenario testing it would move into the viable category.
And into category 1 on that basis.
Yeah, onto category 1.
And we've got, I mean, I'm sitting opposite Bloor Homes.
What was the thing that drove the main thing that led to the negative residual value?
I think it was highways
assessment?
work. I think it was highways works from memory.
I think there's an issue in values, in that this would, I think, come under value area 3, which Littleborough and Lakeside would really, and I think because the value areas look at a wider ward, obviously they cover quite big differences across that ward, whereas obviously this is, I think, you know, obviously set out in the policy, we feel there's quite an attractive area which could drive higher values.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be noted, obviously, in terms of the transport, it does factor in quite a good chunk for potential relocation of the car park. Has already been taken account in that as well. So, but obviously, you know, we've had the discussion about the potential increase in values, you know, notwithstanding this would be a better part of that ward, but the increases in recent years anyway.
So two things about development values. One, you think that actually this site could generate higher than it assumed generally for value 3 areas. But secondly, since the assessment was done, property prices have gone up more than build costs have gone up. So in either way, looking at it, it's
a very marked disparity between the rise in values and build costs on the other hand. So and values have far outstripped the increase in build costs.
Okay, and in terms of Bloor Homes, obviously you've got an active interest in the site and are progressing it. Are you confident it's a viable site and could meet all development requirements, policy requirements?
So yes is the answer to your question. And I'm sure that my clients haven't paid for the extensive work that's taken place behind the scenes, nor indeed for them to be represented before you by yours truly and the client team, unless they were very confident that it was viable. And if I may say so, the point is absolutely well made that we think that this would be a location which would command higher values than would otherwise be the case in terms of the more general areas, for exactly the reasons that are set out in criterion 1 of the policy itself. It's an obviously attractive location, sir.
Right, okay, thank you. I think that's clear enough. Any final points that people wish to make about this particular allocation before we have a break and move on to the next one? See, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just one minor point. If we go back to the transport, as the tourism element of traffic hasn't been taken into account, I don't think the additional traffic with the new school has been taken into account either, and perhaps it ought to be, because twice a day there will be an influx of vehicles as well.
Okay, thank you. CPRE, your nameplate's still up. Is that just left from before? Okay. Any final points on this particular allocation? No.
No,
okay.
so thank you very much.
Right, so thank you for contributions this morning. That was very helpful. A lot of local knowledge brought along, so that's good. So we'll have a break now. It's 20 past, just before 20 past. So if we resume at 11:40, then we'll move on to the next allocation. Obviously, if your interest was only in this particular allocation and you wish to leave, but you're perfectly free to do so. You don't need to stay and to join in the discussions about the interesting New Hay Quarry development. So we'll look forward to that in 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, it is 11:40, so we'll resume now. The next allocation that we're talking about is the New Hay Quarry JPA 23. Just as well, I mean, sorry, it's Peacock and Smith, isn't it? Acting for the landowners, Brock Limited. Yeah, I understand that. Well, my understanding of your position is that you didn't make representations because you're supportive of the plan as submitted. There is a statement of common ground that you prepared with the council, which confirmed that you didn't have any disagreement with the policy.
That's
obviously,
correct, sir.
the policy has been suggested to be modified now, so obviously interested to hear if you've got any views about that, which we'll go through in due course.
Yep.
And that's fine. Obviously, it's an interesting site because it's quite an unusual site, so there are some issues that may be particular about it.
You're drawing all the particularly interesting ones up because we had the the Heritage Railway yesterday.
Yeah, lots of interesting
We
ones.
had the near the lake this morning, and now we've got an old quarry.
Yeah, so and also because of the particular nature of the site and the particular issues it's got to deal with, it's probably helpful to have you here anyway if you've been involved in the in the sort of the preliminary work that's been carried out. So we'll do the usual. I know I'm conscious that there aren't any people here who are opposing the site. Well, I assume not anyway.
Never know. We might start fighting amongst ourselves.
But you know, I'll go through the sort of the questions I have.
Yes.
Just to be clear, then, what we've got in terms of we've got obviously the proposed modifications to the policy, which I assume you've seen. You've got that, yeah.
46. Yeah.
We've got my site visit map, which is the aerial photo. We've got an indicative master plan that was prepared, a residential master plan. It was done at the time of GMSF allocation 27, so
That's right, so.
but it's there, and that was document 100621, I think I've got, which shows the site and surroundings with an indicative layout.
I think we've got the same one.
I've got an A4 version,
Yes.
you've got an A3 version.
Oh, look, they run to colour printing for this.
Yes, very good. Right. We also have the Appendix D edition, which again, are you familiar with what that is? That's transport mitigations that may be required. And we've got some particular ones in that for this. So they're the various things that have moved on. Okay. So do you want to give just a brief overview at the beginning?
Yes, just very briefly, sir. So this site is one of those double firsts, so to speak. It meets our site selection criterion number 1 for 2 reasons. That's to say, it's previously developed land, quite obviously, and it's also in its location close to the Metrolink stop, very, very close to the Metrolink stop. So we consider this site to be sustainably located, easy access to the centre of New Hay and the Metrolink stop. There's the opportunity here to provide dedicated parking for the Metrolink stop, which is a well-used stop, but which currently has no parking available for users of the link. We consider that the site has the opportunity to provide higher value family housing, as the policy indicates, which we'll come to shortly. And although there would be negative impacts, as is inevitably the case in these sorts of circumstances, so in relation to the greenbelt harm, this is one of those ones which is perceived to be moderate to high, was the overall assessment. And also other impacts, for example, ecological and traffic, but those we consider can be successfully mitigated. And so on the overall balance, we see this site as being, because of its locational advantages and because it's PDL, previously developed land, we see this site as readily making out the exceptional circumstances to be removed from the greenbelt and allocated for the development the plan envisages.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the greenbelt harm, then, I noticed this one, I know it's not your categorisation, but you accept the LUC analysis is moderate and high, I think you said.
That's right. So yes.
Which is in relation to sprawl, moderate, well, it's part of a wider parcel that contributes to a moderate strong role in preventing sprawl, preventing towns from merging, and a strong role in safeguarding the countryside. Obviously, the site-specific analysis drilled down to its particular goal, but it's still identified moderate high harm, which It puzzled me slightly, actually, given that it's obviously a very enclosed site by the quarry face and the existing houses along the south side. So
I fully understand your puzzlement, sir. And obviously, from my perspective here, for the GMCA, for the 9 authorities promoting the plan, I mean, we have this overall assessment and we stick to it rigidly because it's been done systematically. I can understand your puzzlement, but, you know, I can't.
No, exactly. You accept it as consistent analysis. Okay. Anyway, that's what it is. I mean, we've got that. In terms of the greenbelt boundaries, this is one of the ones where there's some greenbelt retained in the site. So we've got different boundaries to define, haven't we? So, in effect, the new greenbelt boundary, well, the easy one obviously is the northern boundary, which is in essence, it's the bottom of the quarry face.
That's right.
And we'll talk about what happens to the quarry face in due course. So the other new boundaries would be, if we look first at the eastern end, it's the end of the quarry floor, and then the bit that's actually in the site.
That's right.
Yeah.
So would you like some...
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what that actually comprises, I didn't walk up that. There's a footpath that runs up the eastern end, isn't there, of the quarry floor?
Yes, there's a footpath up the eastern end, so there's quite a significant kind of change in levels, I suppose, up to that bit. And that is kind of replicated as you drop down. Obviously, we've got the retained bit of greenbelt in the southeast corner. So again, those change of levels kind of follow that. I think there's also a path that kind of follows that as well. And then obviously, we'll come on to the quarry face. But yeah, so that affects with the eastern and southeastern sides.
So you're saying that that's reasonably well defined already, the eastern end?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, it appears to be well defined, like I say, by the footpath and kind of vegetation and levels.
Okay. But the bit, obviously, the section within the site, obviously that bit of greenbelt boundary would be, well, that bit of greenbelt retained in the site would be landscaped, wouldn't it?
Yes, I mean, obviously that's included within the site. It's an area of kind of woodland, more wooded at the moment. Yeah. Obviously it's not required for development, so I think the idea was retain that in the green belt, and I mean obviously we're talking about possibly compensation issues and so on. There might be some opportunity there as well, but there is like I say, the change in levels on footpath would enable a boundary to be easily developed in that part of the site.
As I understand it, our position is that not much would need to be done to ensure you've got a strong boundary there.
Okay, understood. And then, so on the western, or the southwestern, whichever way you look at it, I suppose, southwestern boundary, that again is there's a footpath that runs just within the quarry, isn't there? And then beyond that, there's a boundary with a small field that comes down the hill between the church and the farm. That's right? So that boundary is defined now, but it's one that would need strengthening, is it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are features there now. We have, when we come to modifications, I think we have inserted initial criterion about using features to strengthen boundaries. So that's because of the retained greenbelt in the site and some of these issues, it was considered appropriate to include that criteria.
Okay, right. Well, we'll look at the detail of that, but I understand the basic new greenbelt there and how it relates to the areas around it. So let's move on. In terms of the compensatory improvements, let's leave that until we get to the particular development requirement that relates to that. In terms of site location, well, I think you've said what needs to be said about that, understood where it is in relation to the Metrolink and Newhay Centre, and it's immediately behind existing houses. So that's understood. So let's just move on then to the detailed policy wording and the modifications proposed to that. The first one is the standard, defines the approximate number of homes, including higher value family housing, similar issue to before. Mm-hmm. I can't remember. I think one of the policies which was larger, I think, is something to do with the size of houses. This is purely in terms of value. I don't know if that's
there's a slight variation, isn't it, in the terminology used. I think they're all aimed, to be frank, I think they're all aimed at exactly the same concept. It's just that slightly different language is used. We've had family, we've had executive, we've had higher value. Sometimes we've had all of them, sometimes we've had two of them, and sometimes
Yeah.
we've just had one of them, but they're all aimed at the same basic point.
Yeah. Okay, well, and secondly, the proposed change is to clarify that there would be an expectation that
Indeed.
affordable housing would be provided, and that we know what the policy is, so that's fine.
And never
I
forget
don't
the
think you've got
policy.
any issues. Well, you hadn't got any issues raised with it originally. The provision of affordable housing is not something that you have any concerns about?
No, not at this stage. So.
No. Rightio. So the second part is one that's specific to the site, which is about housing density, and I think this is probably reflecting the thematic policy H4, is it? Which basically talks about different densities in different locations and looking for higher densities closer to public transport links. Is that what this is sort of?
It is, and we had a conversation as a team about this as to whether one needed to set this out, but it was seen as being quite specific to this particular site. Although, to be quite frank, the sort of our thematic density policy, and one would have thought some common sense would actually drive a similar outcome. But we've kept it in because it's very specifically related to this site and its particular location. But over to you if you like in relation to it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any issues about that. I think it's
fine. So thank you.
And the third one again is about the master planning and design codes,
Indeed.
which is standard. Not a change proposed to include phasing. That's because of the scale of the site.
Indeed, indeed.
Which brings us on to, well, what was parts 4 and 5. But I think you've brought these together because they're both essentially about the landscaping of the site, in simple terms, aren't they? So, and there's two particular, well, there's one particular issue about this, which is the reprofiling of the quarry face. The other one is this general, different wording, unique high-quality development, understood? Because of its particularly unique setting, I suppose. Attractive and interesting open spaces.
As opposed to unattractive and uninteresting. I mean, why does who writes this stuff? But anyway, there you are, sir.
Yeah, but that's what it is. So, and then that would include on the areas of retained greenbelt, obviously. But then we've got, including the quarry face, and this talks about reprofiling of the quarry face. And there is a technical report, I've certainly read an email summarising a technical report that explained why work's needed, because it's not necessarily it's not a natural feature, it's not necessarily stable, and building houses below it obviously raises some safety issues. So the solution seems to be a reprofiling, and I think it talks about achieving a 45-degree angle with benches. That's essentially what that particular report said. That's not reflected in detail in the policy, but let's hand over to Peacock and Smith to see if you want to add anything about this.
It was just to add some context. During discussions with the authority, I think what we pointed out was, in parts, the quarry face is between 40 and 50 metres in height, and it was just for sort of that safety issue in terms of putting houses at the bottom there, and just to sort of ensure there's no safety issues in future.
So, in practical terms, what would that entail then? Is it pretty much vertical at the moment?
It is,
with
yes.
scree, but bits have fallen off, so a scree at the bottom.
Yes, sir.
So to achieve a 45-degree with benches, how do you physically do that? Does that mean cutting further back into the hill to get the...
That would be a good question for an engineer, sir. for a mere planning consultant, I would turn around and say, there are sort of various means and measures which, could be done. Whether or not that includes sort of tapering back it, as you said, into that hill a little bit more. That might be one possibility, whether or not there's further engineering operations. There are sort of a number of options, I'm led to believe, from our clients. So. And
it was quarried for what, stone, for building stone, was it?
There's a mix of brick, shale, clay.
Right.
There's sort of various minerals on site.
Of course, we've got a mineral safeguard.
This might
comes
be
into play. This one.
Exactly. This might be the only site in the plan where we'll actually do some mineral extraction.
Okay. I think that email that talks about some of the benefits of actually do that reprofiling, because it provides some material that could be used to sort of fill or create.
That's correct, sir, and it would also enable us to create ecological features and provide some benefits there.
So in terms of the material that would otherwise have to be brought onto the site, I've been to it, but I've not really been into the site. And there's a footpath that runs down one side, and that's about as far as I got. But what's the quarry floor essentially like now? Is it needs work to get it into development platforms, does it?
Yeah, the idea we've got at the moment would be to sort of reprofile the quarry floor because it is made up of different levels, different platforms. So the material which would be taken from sort of the quarry face and sort of moved around site, that would sort of invariably create the development platforms. There would be no material brought into site.
Right, because you kind of work out there's the stuff that you bring off of the quarry face, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I mean, the policy does talk about the reprofiling of the quarry face, incorporating water features, safeguard and enhance biodiversity. So there's an opportunity there. Okay. Right, okay. So in terms of, well, we'll come on to viability, but I mean, obviously these sort of works are not normal development works, but there's no, in terms of any sort of viability type work that's been done or assessment of the site, these sort of works are considered to be not onerous in terms of costs?
No, I mean, our client is a civil engineer and this is food and drink to them. So
right.
I think the client's quite looking forward to getting on with his JCB and playing.
So Brock Limited, they're
a subsidiary of D Morgan PLC, who are civil engineers.
Yeah, okay. So were they the company that ultimately quarried the site in the past, or they bought it subsequently?
No, they bought it subsequently.
Right.
I think mineral extraction's taken place at the site since 1870s.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Rightio, okay. So they Brock Limited would do the site preparation works, the reprofiling the quarry face, provide the development platforms, and then market it.
That's the understanding, yeah, but that would obviously be subject to any agreement with whoever chose to bring the site forward.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Anything further you want to say about that in terms of...
No, sir, thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, from the council's point of view, in terms of this being a sort of a feasible and viable sort of site, you've relied on Brock Limited promoting this to you, saying, yes, we can make it work, essentially. That's right. Yeah, okay.
We'll come to viability slightly later on, but yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Right. I think that deals with that landscaping and the quarry face issue. The next point is one that you propose to add, which is about where necessary, strengthen the greenbelt boundaries to ensure they're defensible and utilise existing landscape. It's fine. We can look at the detailed wording, but that's basically reflecting what we spoke about earlier in terms of particularly these just the southwest boundary and then the boundary at the eastern end, particularly within the site. So I think that's understood. Compensatory improvements to the environmental quality accessibility. Obviously, this is an additional requirement that's been added in. To some extent, this would be provided, or it could be largely provided on site, I suppose, given the environmental quality can be improved of the quarry face and the area to be retained in the south east corner. But the way the policy is worded, it would also potentially involve opportunities in the countryside around, which again is the LUC. And there's quite a network of footpaths, isn't there?
Yes.
Existing footpaths. Right. One of which goes along the quarry face, I notice. Is that a useful
you heard these. There have been some interesting attempts to to walk that one.
Yeah, is that actually a practice? Is it a route that's used now, or is that?
I've been up and walked along that, but it is fenced off, so you just sort of set back from the actual quarry face.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so you've got no concerns about that additional policy requirement?
No, sir.
No. Okay.
Then we've got, are we on to 6, the heritage?
Yeah, 5 we've dealt with, haven't we?
We've
6.
dealt with 5, yes. Yeah. So 6 is one of these confession ones. So, as you know, we're in a slight pickle with some of these heritage points. So, all of these items, I understand, including the Bradley Lane point about vehicular access, they're all related to heritage issues. They're all off-site, and as far as I'm concerned, they should all be picked up through the thematic policy. We're away. I can't remember whether in one of your several notes on these various policies you've told us your initial preliminary without prejudice, etc., views about heritage and these items. But to me, if you've got a heritage asset on the site, that's one thing. If it's off the site, then the thematic policy really should be good enough. So that's where we are.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
yeah.
Looking at what the detail wording we have, we've got obviously the church, which is to the west of the site. There's a field in between. The farmhouse is closer to the
Immediately northwest, isn't
to
it?
the
Yeah.
quarry face. That talks providing a buffer zone to the east of Bradley Farmhouse.
I know. I mean, all this really should be picked up through the thematic policy.
Not sure what that actually means. But then there's also this bit about avoids the
saying
use
nothing.
of Bradley Lane for
I
vehicular
know,
access.
for I know, which again is apparently a heritage point. But I mean,
It is a heritage point, is it?
So I'm instructed.
Yeah, I mean, there are issues that we just picked up through the historic environment assessment in relation to, there is the listed farm at kind of the Bradley farmhouse there. So I think they were just points, but as we said, I think they're better, they can be dealt with both through the thematic and the master planning on the site, in our view.
But so it was a heritage issue, the use of Bradley Lane, not a highways
Yes,
issue.
not a highways issue.
Okay. And Bradley Lane is that the lane, the narrow lane that goes up to the west of the church, then goes right to the farmhouse?
That's the one, yes. If you're looking at this, yes, there's red
Yeah, okay.
Bradley Lane, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So my vote is that comes out and it goes into thematic policy, but we're await your guidance. So
Well, we'll have a think. We had this discussion, haven't we,
Exactly.
about whether a heritage asset's on site. This isn't the case of that. This is where they're off site.
Exactly.
Whether there's anything specific that actually means can be identified as doing.
and what's it mean anyway? I mean, the reality is through a heritage assessment, you'd see whether any of these things had an impact on the heritage significance of any of these assets, and if so, then you'd either mitigate it or you'd just take it into account in your overall weighing scales exercise. So
Yeah, okay.
but there you are.
Well, okay, so moving on to 7. I mean, this comes after deleted part 11, really. Well, let's deal with deleted part 11 first, can we? Which is where you will provide access into this site. So this, basically, and if I'm taking this indicative, sorry, the site visit map, and I think the indicative layout, the only option is the old quarry access. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes, that was upgraded in '96 to facilitate future mineral workings, so it is up to modern day standards.
Ah, okay. Right, so it's not the 1800s access. No.
You know why it's so. This is number 11. You know why it's come out. So you'll tell me off or otherwise in due course about this in one of your notes. But I mean, it's just nonsensical. When you've obviously got to provide a safe access. You've obviously got to provide an appropriate access. And how on earth else would you access this site apart from Huddersfield Road?
Bradley Lane, I suppose.
Now that's teasing me. That's a tease too far, sir.
Right, okay, we can think about that. So anyway, that's where the access would go. And this one access that was built, it's up to modern standards, as you say, between the houses.
It is,
and
yes,
that
sir.
snakes up the... Because there's quite an embankment, isn't there, behind the houses before you
There
get to
is,
the
yes,
quarry
sir.
floor?
Yep.
How high is that, roughly?
Good question.
You look up, I mean, it's well above the houses, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say between 30 and 40 metres.
Yeah, and then the quarry floor's above that, and then you've
Yeah.
got the other quarry face, yeah, okay. Okay, so you've got that, but that road exists. It's a track that was built up to the quarry floor, was it?
Yep, permission was granted in '96, so it's got the relevant visibility displays, dual width, and there's a car park which was intended for occupants or workers at the quarry. That's just to the right as you're going up the access road,
Right.
and that then takes you up to the quarry floor.
Okay, so moving back to, so you've got that's the point of access, and then what you need to provide, obviously, is that'll serve the 250 homes, but it would also serve a publicly available car park to serve the Metrolink stop, and if necessary, residents on Huddersfield Road. So what sort of scale of car park are we talking here?
Right. Well, the first, this is broken into two parts,
Yeah,
isn't it? So
yeah.
parking to serve the Metrolink stop. I mean, it's an opportunity which is just too good to miss, to be quite frank. Given that, as I understand it, the Metrolink stop is well used, it has no parking, and it'd just be too good an opportunity to miss. to not take advantage of the release of this site and its development to provide some car parking for the Metrolink stop. I'll move to my left as the numbers. And you can see we've altered the residents on Huddersfield Road point, so it says is if necessary, because it can't be stated definitively now that it would be necessary, etc., to provide that parking. But I'll just go to my left as to whether anyone can help me as to the size of, potentially the size of the car parking for the Metrolink. No, not at this stage. Nothing definitive to say about that.
No, okay. But that's again something that you sorry, do you want to comment about this?
Yeah, it was just a point that during discussions, clients more than happy to provide that Metrolink car parking space. It might be something we'll come on to shortly, but in terms of car parking space for residents, I alluded earlier to the existing car park, which is used by, or could be used by quarry workers, just off the access road. That at the moment is currently 20 spaces, and as sort of the master planning exercise which we've done today, we'd sort of looked at potentially increasing that to 40 spaces if required.
So that 40 would be for the Metrolink stop?
No, that would just be for
the
residents. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
The idea is for a separate area for the Metrolink parking, as I understand it, so you can see it on the indicative.
But presumably it wouldn't be too far into the site, the Metrolink. You'd
No,
want to keep it as close as
no,
possible
that's the point. That's the point. It wouldn't be where the residents' parking might be if that's what happens.
Yeah, so these are indicated. So the Metrolink parking would be on this indicative plan. Is that red area?
That's right, sir.
Yeah,
it is, yes, sir.
And then would that be possible to provide a pedestrian link down?
There is, yes, sir. If you look at the master plan at the moment, reference 2A, there is a proposed Metrolink stop, and then currently there is an existing school car park access just off Church Street.
Yeah.
And you'd be relatively easy to provide a pedestrian link through from that Metrolink stop and then down to the Metrolink.
So you wouldn't have to walk down the access road and then
Correct,
back on
sir,
Huddersfield Road. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, understood.
So we
move on to
we've just on 7, so 8 and 9 we see as thematic, and then we will come to, that's why they've come out, and then we come to 10, which is now fairly standard, although we've backed into the end of number 10. Forgive me, I'm just correcting myself.
Yeah, number part 8.
We've backed into that. The point about the rights of way.
And that's back to what we just talked about. So the main pedestrian link from the site down towards the Metro link and the town centre, or New Hay Centre, is through that one that you just talked about, linking to the existing footpath that goes to the school. Okay. Right. Okay. And the Appendix D.
It's not that extensive for this site, but
you've had a chance to see
4
these.
items.
These are the mitigations that may be needed.
Yes, and we've discussed 2 of them: the car park and the two types of car parking.
Yeah.
They're under the heading of necessary, but as you know, you know how the thematic policy works. Yeah.
But the crossing on the A640, that's presumably because of the additional people living there, but also you've got a car park from to the Metrolink, so you want a safe crossing for those. And then there's a particular junction that's been identified. Okay. Right, understood. So we dealt with the Huddersfield Road access, whether that's necessary to remove that. And then we've got the school provision. This would be off-site. This would be contributions for off-site.
Contributions in this case, yeah.
Yep. South Pennine Moors, well, that's the...
Caught by the Habitats regs
Again,
work,
this is maybe a new requirement to you, but I mean, it's one that you're aware of. And, yeah. Okay, and then the mineral safeguarding area. Well, there you go.
Which is particularly apt, yes.
Yeah.
And as you'll see, the answer to your question earlier on as to what is in the new paragraph of the supporting text. So it's 99.7% brick clay as the safeguarded area.
Yeah.
So it's virtually all brick clay.
Right, okay. I don't think I've got any more questions about that, unless there's anything else about the policy wording and requirements. No, you're content. Anything further?
Very much indeed in relation to those items. Thank you.
Right, so viability. Obviously, it has its particular issues to address. To what extent were they taken into account by by Three Dragons, I mean, you know, there's some, I'd have thought some different sort of abnormal cost and many sites. I mean, we'll come on to the, you know, what the actual site owner thinks about it, but to what extent was it tailored to the particular characteristics of this site, the Three Dragons work?
Yeah, I think the Three Dragons work because they obviously, I think, were aware of perhaps the kind of nature of how the site might come forward in terms of in terms of, as we've discussed, in terms of how the owners are kind of bringing the site forward. I don't think it was kind of taken account of probably slightly different than you would normally expect in terms of a, you know, kind of abnormal kind of cost in that regard. So I think that was how the kind of viability work was considered in that regard. So I think it was kind of understood through discussion, I think, with the site promoters. Right.
Anyway, sorry.
But it's so comfortably a category 1 site, you know, with a very significant residual value that, you know, it looks like a runner.
It does. It's funny, isn't it, how they come out differently. You've got a greenfield site on the one we were talking about earlier.
I know.
A brownfield site with some particular
challenges.
Works.
I mean, this is one of our 2 only value area 2 sites. I think that would have had an impact in terms of values. The Milnrow and Newhay ward.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think the general point you seem to be making is that if you don't have to, if you change the development values, it can make quite a big difference, and you know, whatever their interest for. And in terms of the landowners, they're content, they can viably develop it, and that's with providing the normal affordable housing provision, etc.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Anything else that you want to say about this site?
Not from us, sir.
No. Okay. Well, thank you. Anything else from your point of view?
No, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Right. So that brings us to the end of this morning, because we said that the third site we're going to talk about today, because we didn't know the timings of it, would not start before 2 o'clock. So it gives us a decent lunch break. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Just in terms of what we've got, in terms of the information that's become available at relatively late on for this afternoon, we may as well just sort that out now. 2 things, I think. One, there was some flood risk work that had been done and had been going on, and the report was provided.
Yes, nothing to do with us, obviously.
No, this is from the site promoters. Yeah, so that's in. Now,
fine.
I saw a version of that. There was an issue about the link that's been provided and put on the examination website. I don't know whether that's been. You're looking blank.
Way beyond my capabilities. Right. What, there's a broken link, is there?
Well, I don't know. There seem to be a lot of technical documents.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not a broken link. It goes through to lots of documents.
Oh, I see.
So do we know what the main... When I was asked if we would accept this document, I had a document that was just like a 20-page report. That
no idea what you were accepting.
No, I did. I thought I did. Sorry.
That's all we had.
Yeah, so that was fine.
Yeah.
But do we have... Are we still got access to that now?
Yeah, so we'll look... Yeah, we have.
Yeah, okay.
Presumably, so just so we know what we're doing, so you thought, well, no, you did accept a document which is about 20 pages. That's what we had. That's what you've accepted into the process.
Yeah.
All this other stuff is all very interesting, and presumably the site promoters can refer to it if they wish to do so.
Yeah.
But it's the 20 pages, as I understand it, which you want to have ready access to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't necessarily need... I don't want a paper copy, but it just means to make sure we can click on it and find it.
And there it is, yeah.
And then the other thing that's actually probably even more important is there's an indicative layout plan that was provided, I think, this morning.
Right, but I haven't got that one yet. So
No,
that's
you'll have a
presumably
chance
going
to
to
see
be the long lunch.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So my understanding of that, I think, Helen, you've got a copy of that, have you?
No, this is another thing that they've sent through. So I've sent...
Right. He was in Africa, wasn't he, last week? That's why we're dealing with this Oldham site this week, I think, anyway.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. Because it was on the list for
It was originally
whenever,
going to be on last week. Okay, well, I'll have a look at that, Helen. But just going back to the layout plan, my understanding of that was provided today was it followed through the implications of what their flood risk work as into what you can then achieve, what they think can achieve on the site. Yeah.
Well, I'll look at it at lunchtime, so but We have to deal with this properly after lunch in
Yeah.
relation to the implications of all of this. And we're, as far as I'm concerned, we're just going to be extremely straightforward about it all after lunch with you. But yes, it's. One would have thought that's what the plan shows, but we need to look at this later.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's relevant. I mean, the reason I wanted to accept it because it appears to answer some of the questions, but whether you agree with the answers that it provides is another matter, and you've not had a great deal of time to think about
Well,
that.
that's one of the points. Which, I mean, I don't want to say it all now because obviously we've said 2 o'clock. Well, you've said for understandable reasons 2 o'clock for the good folk to come along. So I'll say it later. But no, we haven't had time to.
No. Okay.
And certainly the first piece of work, which is in relation to flooding issues, I mean, requires validation by the Environment Agency,
Obviously,
which hasn't happened. So I'm going to be dealing with this procedurally later on from our perspective. I mean, it's an allocation we put in the plan, so please don't get me wrong. Obviously, we hope all of this stuff is all, excellent work, etc., etc. But I'm not going to be able to sort of sit here this afternoon and say we agree with it all.
Absolutely.
We can't.
The reason I raise it now is just to make sure we're clear about what documents we've got,
So you've
whether
got
we've got
20,
access to
20
them, which-
pages and a picture by the sounds of it.
which sounds
Yeah.
reasonable,
Yeah.
but something else as well, Helen. So I'll have a look at that and we'll deal with that. Okay, so we'll adjourn now and then we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. It is 2 o'clock, so we'll resume this hearing session into the examination of the Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan document. I won't go through normal opening, but we do have 2 participants here, I don't think, who have been here to date. So I'll just briefly run through a few preliminaries. If you could turn your phones and laptops, whatever, to silent mode, if you could, please. And there aren't any fire practices, etc., expected today. So if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building following the green exit signs. I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of the hearing sessions we've had so far to have an idea of the format. Have you or not? It doesn't matter if you haven't. Just briefly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, okay. Well, basically what it is, obviously you've seen the agenda, and that we'll go through the items on the agenda relating to this site in Oldham. What I'll generally do is give the GMCA team a chance to say a few introductory words at the beginning, then I'll have some questions for them on each of the agenda items when we've heard responses to those. I was going to say the participants can then raise their nameplate if they wish to make any comments. We've only got a limited number of participants this afternoon, so it's just whether you've got anything you wish to say or clarify in relation to my questions and what we're talking about. Now, there's a few documents I just want to go through before we start, just to clarify what we have. Obviously, we've got the plan that was submitted and published for consultation and then submitted for examination last year. That included this allocation. So that's defined on the policies map, obviously, and on a little plan at the beginning of the policy, JPA 15. We had the wording of the policy as submitted. Subsequently, last Friday, there's been some suggested changes to it, which I think, looking down, you've got that good. Okay, so what we'll be doing when we go through the policy, I'll be looking at the originally submitted wording, but thinking about what's been suggested and have a discussion about each of those points. Before we come on to that, though, there are some more sort of general points that you've seen from the agenda item, which is about the effect of taking this land out of the green belt and the suitability of its location in terms of the spatial strategy in the plan. So that's what we'll deal with. So you've got the proposed changes to the wording of the policy. In terms of the sort of documents that we've got, obviously the things that have been submitted with the plan, I was going to refer to a couple of maps, one of which is a site visit map that's been on the examination website. It's just an aerial photograph with some annotations on it. I may refer to that. As with other sites, there is a concept plan that was been in the examination library that was produced some time ago, back in the days of when the plan was in a GMSF, and that actually shows areas that beyond the allocation that is in this plan because it was relating to an earlier proposal. So my original question was how relevant that still is, but I think it's been kind of superseded by things that have appeared in the last day or so. So I'll leave that on one side unless there's anything about that anyone wishes to refer to. So and I'm aware that flood risk is an issue on this site. It's been flagged up, and obviously there's some flood risk work that had been done to support the plan. And there was a requirement in the policy to carry out further flood risk assessment having regard to the findings of the level 2 SFRA that had been carried out. And I think that work's been ongoing, and what was submitted on Monday, I think, was a report and some appendices that reflect some further work that's been done. So insofar as we need to talk about that, we can do, but also I think as a consequence of that, there's been some further things submitted today, one of which is an illustrative plan which shows a layout on the site that incorporates, I think, one of the findings of that flood risk work, which is about the position of an open water course that would run across the site down to Tube Brook. So we've got that. We've also got a plan and some photographs that were submitted today, which is basically just a map, I think, of indicating the existing buildings on the site and some photographs showing what they are, which it is. I mean, you'll have read the information. We don't normally want to accept late information coming to us, but having seen what those were, they actually answer some of the questions I was going to start off by asking about the features on the site and what was intended to be kept, what was intended to be removed, etc., etc. So I think that helps to clarify it. In terms of what the flood risk work is, I can understand why that's been done. don't know why it's been finished at this stage. I mean, sometimes these things happen. But anyway, leaving that aside, I mean, I'll invite GMCA and the council to comment, but inevitably, it seems to me that that's a bit of work that's going to need some looking at by experts to form a view about it. So whether we can talk about it in any meaningful way today, I'm not sure. But anyway, do you want to just comment on the various documents that have arrived recently?
Yes, of course. We just need to take this in a sequence. I mean, in a way where, as you know from the gentleman in question here, may or may not have seen previous sessions on, on YouTube as to how you've been running these examination hearing sessions. But as you know, for each of the allocations, your last item, forgive me, is normally viability. For this particular site, actually, is in effect should be the first item, if you like, because where we've got to as the promoting authorities, the site is in as an allocation, but in terms of our viability work, this is a site where, in order for the site to come forward, the work that we've done is based on the fact that there would need to be quite a few more homes on the site than the indicative number of 90, which is in the plan. And as for the ability to accommodate more than 90 on the site, that in turn depends very much on the more fine-grained work concerning flooding on the site, and the implications of that further work. And to cut a long story short, I mean, obviously, from our position, we flagged up various issues in the draft policy and in the supporting work, and in terms of being able to get the site across the line, then, I mean, obviously this is your job, not mine, but I would imagine that you would need to be convinced that, persuaded that the site can indeed accommodate sufficient numbers of homes to make it a potentially viable site. And our work has simply got to the point where we know it's more than 90, and as you know, we've tested at 135 homes and 150 homes. You get more viable as you go to greater numbers. 135 is viable, but there's more of a viability cushion, if you like, if you get to 150. So what's happened more recently, and totally understandably, of course, is that further work has been done by the site promoters, and you've referred to the work that's been accepted into the examination library. And in particular, there's a greenfield mill modelling update concerning flooding issues, which has come up with various solutions, if you like, one of which is particularly favoured, deculverting, etc., through the middle of the site. And forgive me, I don't know whose phone that is, it's not mine. That report refers to potentially accommodating 160 units on the site, as indeed do they covering email, which I think you've also received, which seeks to explain the report, which says in its second sentence, a total of 160 units is needed to make the site viable. That's actually a few more than we had in our viability work. We got to 150, as you know, and then subsequent to that, as of today, earlier on today, we've received a capacity study with a naturalised channel running through the middle of the site, which shows a total of 138 indicatively on the site. Right, so let's just stand back from all of this. In relation to the flooding work, the assessment that's been carried out more recently, I mean, that, as I understand it, has been forwarded to the Environment Agency because the work needs to be validated. And as I understand it, as I'm advised and instructed, the Environment Agency will probably need about 3 weeks in order to appraise it and come back and report back as to whether they accept its findings, or have any queries or comments or anything that they wanted to, say about the work. And of course, there's a sort of fork in the road here, because if the Environment Agency comes back in, say, 3 weeks' time and says the work's validated, any comments they've got are not fundamental, there's a solution which has been put forward which the Environment Agency is content with, then that obviously takes the site considerably further forward. The next question then would be, can the site accommodate in a suitable layout and the number of homes which is required in order to get the site across the line in viability terms. I mean, the indicative layout shows 138, which is 3 more than our scenario 1 at 135, but obviously it's a bit below the 150, and certainly isn't the 160 that the site promoters have themselves referred to. So, I mean, we would need to, from our perspective, we obviously, all that we can do is, I'm sure this is totally understandable, wait to see what the Environment Agency makes of the work. If they come back and give it a thumbs up, then fine, the site has moved forward. If they come back with any fundamental concerns, then obviously, there would be an issue. So we're just going to have to, we as a promoting authority are just going to have to park things there at the moment, and there's certainly nothing that we can say today as to whether the work that has been recently provided to us is acceptable or otherwise, because obviously we need the expert input of the Environment Agency in relation to that. So that's where we are, sir. So I don't really know quite how you'd like to proceed, but well, obviously you'll tell us. But that's our position. We can obviously go through all the other pros and cons of the site and the site requirements. And if the Environment Agency signs off on the flood risk work, that will actually have a little bit of a bearing on some of the site requirements, because there would be a different solution potentially than the ones that we had envisaged when we drafted the policy. So. There would need to be a tweaking of those. That's something which would also have to park until, I don't know, perhaps written submissions later on, but, that's something that we can't bottom out today. So that's where we are. Obviously, I'd be very interested to hear what's said by the site promoters concerning viability, but, the work that we've done and the issue that we've flagged up, and this more recent work may very well get the site across the line in viability terms, but I can't advise you about that until we've had the Environment Agency comments on the work.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fully understood. So there's a how much can we usefully discuss today sort of thing to.
We can. It seems to me we can. I mean, it would be a shame to sort of not discuss everything that we can discuss, because then we'd have a problem about when are we ever going to discuss these things. So in a way, we can discuss everything, if you like, assuming that the work gets itself validated and so on, or whatever you want to do. So
well, there's two things. Obviously, we've got to consider the plan as submitted. So I suppose the first question, going back to sort of the premise behind what you've said, is, well, why is the allocation included in the plan when
it's a very, very good question.
When you're saying it isn't viable, clearly not viable?
Absolutely. No, I know. Absolutely. No, there's nothing I can say in response to that. Right. Apart, it's in the plan, and the viability work in relation to the site shows that it would need to have a substantially increased number of homes on it than is shown in the plan. Well, we are where we are, is what I can say, I think.
Okay.
But no, I haven't got a clever or even a stupid answer to the question.
In response to the issue on other sites where they were shown to be Category 4, not viable, some sensitivity tests were run.
This has had the work, sir, and it needs more homes to get it across the line.
So even with assuming, say, 15% higher property values or whatever has been assumed on some other ones, it still doesn't.
There's a very significant uplift in the number of homes which is required to get this across the line.
Right.
In our book.
Yeah. Okay.
There may be a different point of view across the room, obviously. But.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Well, I think what I was proposing to do, obviously. So, okay, there's a fundamental point about the inclusion of the allocation anyway, given the viability. I think what would be helpful is to think about the general issues we're going to talk about anyway, the Greenbelt issues, to think about the policy requirements that are in the plan as submitted, and as you've suggested, based on what we do know about, they may be largely applicable anyway, irrespective of the detail layout and the number of.
Oh, there are lots of things which would still, as per our paper, GMC 48, there are lots of things which would still be perfectly fine, whatever the outcome of this work is, yes.
Yeah. And I think it would also be helpful to have a discussion on the basis of, well, if this flood risk work is validated both by the Environment Agency and local authorities, I mean, flood risk, your own people or whatever can, look at all that, and we can. But there's also the issue about the layout, isn't there? Even if you accept, in principle, that you can deal with the flood risk issue, whether that sort of arrangement is what would be acceptable in terms of capacity.
Exactly.
And linked to
But
that,
we-
there's issues about heritage assets, non-designated heritage assets, which buildings are kept and which are not kept and things as well. So
Exactly, and and the reality of all of that is that, is again, I mean, the leading piece of work here is the flood risk work, because if that doesn't stack up, so to speak, then there is a real issue. So let's assume it stacks up. The next point then is, well, what comes out of all of that? And, obviously I've only just seen, I saw this plan at lunchtime for the first time, the 138 unit plan. It's certainly not the 160 which is referred to in the flood risk work and the covering email, but it's 138, which is 3 above our lowest of the 2 scenarios that we super tested, if you like, for viability purposes. And we would need time, I think. It may very well be that those to my left can, at a glance, will start making comments about this. But I mean, yes, you're right, because the policy has something to say about heritage, and the plan shows three buildings retained on the site. So it seems to me that there are all sorts of things we can discuss, and there are some things which we, in fairness, we can't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Apologies. I think it would have been helpful if I'd asked people to introduce themselves, because we. Do you want to?
I'm Chris Katkowski, King's Counsel.
Yes.
Georgina Brownridge, Oldham Council.
Elizabeth Dryden-Stewart, Oldham Council.
Wendy Morehouse, Oldham Council.
And sorry, apologies for not introducing yourselves.
I'm John Taylor. I'm the property manager for White Oak Limited.
Yeah, and I'm John Phipps from Latham's Architects and Urban Designers.
Okay, thank you. Right, so let's get any initial comments that you want to make. I mean, heard that general discussion about where we are and what we can do with this information at this stage. Do you want to? Is there anything you want to say about what has been done and any process type things before we start getting into the agenda items?
First of all, I'd like to thank Oldham Council for their support, probably over a dozen years now, and the opportunity to bring the site forward under, first of all, the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, and now the Places for Everyone policy document. We've worked quite closely with the council for those last 12 years. The factory itself ceased production 21 years ago. As I hope the photographs will show, this is a major complex industrial set of buildings. 17 acres, 400,000 square foot of footprint and 750,000 square foot of floor space. And the vast majority of the 17-acre site is hard standing. These are very, very specialist buildings with floor plates, deep floor plates, low ceiling heights. So specialist, in fact, that the whole site was removed from the rating valuation about 10 years ago as not being capable of reuse in its common form. None of the buildings are listed, and we don't have a conservation area. But we've chosen to save 3 of the finest stone buildings, which we think will convert suitably for either residential or commercial future use. There's been production of one type or another on this site since 1796, when it was a woolen mill. It was gun cotton, and it's been paper, fine paper production, cigarette paper, since 1919. And Hollow Oak is a company in the Purico group, and we actually operated the paper mill. So we know the site exceptionally well. Take the opportunity to take down what is an eyesore, to be honest, in the green belt. It's only there because of the water. No one would build any kind of industrial complex in a valley which butts onto the Dark Peak National Park. No one would build a factory there apart from the water. So this is a huge opportunity to create what we would like to call a new village in the Peak District. 150, 160 houses built round a village green. We don't want an appendage of the village of Greenfield. We want a new village in the Peak. The flood risk work we've only managed to complete very recently was due to the need to completely remodel the work that had been done earlier, which didn't have the detailed knowledge that we have about a complex network of culverts and collecting boxes which were built for the factory when the Duststones Reservoir was first created, to provide basically a fresh head of water. But we're very confident that the revised flood work does show the site is viable. We run a 10-metre wide channel through the site, draining the Fletcher Brook, which will be deculverted into the Chew Brook itself, and that's reflected in the plan which has come forward. So I know the two issues are flood and highways, but the work we've done with Oldham, I'm confident will deliver a solution on both those accounts.
Okay, any other sort of procedural type things that either of you want to say before I go into Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, could I just say about the numbers? Obviously, there's a range of different numbers being talked about in terms of viability. The only numbers that have actually been tested, apart from the Three Dragons work, which Oldham commissioned, is the work that was produced by Cushman and Wakefield to support the Brownfield Housing Grant Fund application. And that showed that with 135 units, the site was viable and would turn a profit of, it looks like, 9.5 million. And that would be with a Brownfield grant of 1.9. So it's profitable at 135 units. The 160 units arrives as a figure which has been repeated in the flood work, but obviously the flood consultant isn't a viability surveyor or consultant. But that comes from a meeting with a possible joint venture partner who cited that figure, but it's not based on any viability assessment, and the Cushman's work is.
Okay, and in terms of the council can comment on this as well, but I may as well just get your perspective while you're talking. It's obviously hasn't been used for 20 years. The site was identified in the UDP, I think, as a major developed site in the Greenbelt, giving it a kind of an opportunity to redevelop, I think. So obviously it's been something that's been, and you said you've been actively working for 12 years to bring it forward. I mean, in terms of getting it over the line from your point of view, is it, you feel like the 12 years, things have moved on now, and you're actually getting to a point where it's getting to be a viable and, is the developer interest potentially? Yes. Could you put the microphone on?
Yes, and the mix we've now arrived on of a residential-led, self-sustained community, we don't want this to be, as I say, in a housing state, which is an appendage to the existing village of Greenfield. But the mix we've now got of 135, 140, whatever works, residential units and 6,000 metres, of commercial and leisure space, I think is the mix which makes this site work profitably and deliverably. I mentioned that White Oak owns 17 acres, which is the factory site, but its sister company, which I also represent, Hollow Oak, own 500 acres of land, which is the mountain and the moorland which provides the water into the site. So we control all the land which is necessary to provide both the landscape buffer and the highway access into the public highway in the village of Greenfield, all under the same controlling group. But the mix we've now alighted on is the best chance of getting this site. In fact, is an excellent chance. And we've since the site appeared in the framework documents, we've had a number of developers approach us who would like to work with us.
Okay, right, that's helpful background. So let's move on to the sort of normal way we'll go through these sites, which is to me to invite the GMCA just to sort of say any overview about why it was allocated, and then we'll come on to looking first at Greenbelt issues, and then looking more in detail at the actual policy requirements insofar as we can talk through those based on what we know and what we don't know.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. So just doing my usual overview. So in this particular case, this is a site that meets our site selection criteria 1 and 7. It is predominantly previously developed land. And in relation to what we envisage as the site being able to deliver, that's to say criterion 7, you'll know that the policy speaks of low-density family homes. It's seen that, as you know, there's a particular aspiration and need for diversification of the housing market, and that's one of the key advantages we see here. It is a site which does provide the opportunity to retain and reuse some of the non-designated heritage assets on the site. There aren't any statutory listings, as has been said, but there is, as far as we're concerned, non-designated heritage value here. And so there is the opportunity to retain some of that, as has already been mentioned. The site's in a gateway location to the national park, the Peak District National Park, and so there's an opportunity to have some complementary tourism and leisure offer, which is referred to in the policy. On the negative side of the equation, just leaving viability to one side for now, but on the negative side of the equation, in terms of the greenbelt harm that would be caused by releasing the site and developing it as we envisage through the allocation, low to moderate was the conclusion, low to moderate harm. So that's one of the less challenging conclusions, if you like, from the work that we've seen across the board of the various allocations we've been discussing so far at these hearing sessions. Yes, there are highways issues involved, access issues, and in fact, quite a bit of the viability issues are driven by not simply the need to deal with flood risk issues, but also the considerable strategic transport costs which have been flagged up in our work, as you know, so from the work that's been submitted to the examination. So the gentleman across the way has already mentioned flood risk and highways issues. And so if the flood risk work comes up trumps and we end up with a site which therefore can be brought forward viably, then we do see here a considerable advantage in taking the site out of the greenbelt and allocating it as is proposed. And in those circumstances there would indeed be clearly, as far as we're concerned, exceptional circumstances to support the plan. So, I have to say all of that on that contingency that we've already discussed, that we're wait and see, obviously, what the EA makes of all of this. But, assuming that comes through, then there's a lot to be said in favour of this.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, just before I get to the Greenbelt, because it's kind of relevant to the Greenbelt assessment, I think, is the policy obviously refers to 90 homes as submitted. It doesn't seem to give any indication, certainly as originally drafted, as to whether those would be on a cleared site, new buildings, or whether they were totally within converted existing buildings, or a mixture of the two. The policy was seemed to be completely silent on that, unless I've missed something.
There is reference to non-designated assets, isn't there? Just bear with me for one moment. I was looking at it just now.
I think it was added there, wasn't it? Wasn't it one of the additions?
Oh, I see. Forgive me. Originally it was. So originally number 19 had this perhaps somewhat opaque reference to the heritage impact assessment which had been done, and obviously we've drawn from that to be more specific in the changes in our paper GMCA 48 to say have regard to the non-designated heritage asset, Greenfield Mills, etc., etc. So, but you're right. No, the policy itself doesn't seek to say, much or some of these homes should be in converted buildings. No. Or indeed the other uses on the site.
No, the commercial.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come on to the detailed wording and how effective, whether it's effective in what it's actually the council is intending to achieve.
Yeah. Yes, it's here, isn't it? This is what we're looking at the same thing. Can you just give me one moment? So I'm just making sure I've got the right. Okay, so I'm just going to check online just to make sure that, because we've got different versions of the amended policy, so your one has a lot more to say on the subject than one I've got.
Well, there's something in the reason justification, 11.188.
Oh, I see.
But again, that's been added. What I'm trying to get back to is in the submitted plan.
No, you're right.
What the intention was. And really, the question really is, how did you come up with the figure of 90? Was it just on a generic development area times a residential density, or was it something more specific than that to do with conversion or whatever else?
We just used some of the flood risk layers from the SFRA at the time, and assumed we were avoiding them, just took a kind of worst case scenario, and then my colleague looked at the capacity of the remaining land. I think he did include some retained buildings from the concept plan from the Latham's work at the time. It was mostly just looking at the land that was available.
Okay, so there weren't any. So the 90 was a fairly generic capacity assumption. Yeah. Okay. Fine. But it assumed a development area that was constrained by the flood risk based on the level 2 SFRA.
Exactly.
And that had some figures in it, didn't it? About 48% or something, was it, of the site? Or we're jumping ahead here, but I'm just trying to get to an understanding of. Yeah, I think it referred to 11% being equivalent of flood zone 2 and 38% flood zone 3. So nearly half the site basically being ruled out for building on. Is that right?
Yeah, it was a high proportion.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, right. Hence the wish to address that and find out what actually could potentially be built on, and that's the significant difference, I suppose. Okay, so the 90 is the generic one, and we don't know, based on that being unviable, why it was included as an allocation, other than it would be a good thing to achieve, I guess, and there's potential for more.
Yes.
But let's leave that, I think.
Well, I think let's leave it.
Yeah,
I think the expectation was that information would be available in better time, if you like.
Right,
But
okay.
we've got it now, so
Yeah,
we'll see
okay.
what the EA makes of it.
Yeah, okay. And in terms, just going back to the council, in terms of the UDP policy, it was what date was I think it was at the UDP that this major development site in the agreement, that goes back to an old PPG or pre-NPPF national policy, didn't it? About
Only pre-MPPF, it went with the first framework in 2012.
But the point of that was it allowed redevelopment or reuse or both. I can't remember.
Of an MDF, well,
Doesn't really
basically what was in national policy in relation to major development sites is now pretty much captured by what is found in a paragraph 149G of the framework, but now under the heading of being not inappropriate. So that's where you're partially or completely redeveloping previous land, but without having a greater impact on the openness of the green belt, or not causing substantial harm, but providing affordable housing.
So you could redevelop a site such as this if it was identified as a major development site in the green belt.
And there was much more, as was the way with national policy in those good or bad old days. There was obviously quite extensive detail in national policy at that stage, which has been slimmed down into that part of a paragraph in the framework.
So going back to the council position then, so going back to those days, it was seen as a potential redevelopment opportunity right from those days, yeah?
Yes, yeah. It's policy OE 1.8 in the saved UDP, which was 2006 it was adopted, and then it was saved obviously as part of the current core strategy.
I hesitate to ask this, but is that one of the policies that this plan will supersede, or
Yes.
it's on the list of superseded policies? Good. I shouldn't answer. That's good. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. So that's where we start with this. So so there wasn't any explicit assumption about particular buildings being retained, but there was a sort of an aspiration that you would take account of and look in more detail. Is that basically it, to see what you could viably and reasonably reuse? Is that what the essence of what the heritage
That's correct,
assessment? Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So in terms of the impact on the green belt, I suppose moving now on to that issue, that was assessed by LUC. I mean, maybe it wasn't as fine-grained as this, but do you know if that assumed redevelopment or reuse, or did it not make any significant difference to its assessment of the impact on the green belt?
I don't think it made any difference. He just looked at the land when it was a larger site allocation. Purpose 3 scored higher level of harm, moderates, and once that was reduced, it moves to relatively limited, which resulted in an overall score of low, moderate. It didn't make any reference to. Once it moved to a lower harm score, it reference that much of the area now proposed for release is occupied by built development that diminishes greenbelt openness. So it has taken it into account, yes.
But I suppose the point being that because it's got buildings on it now, and if you replace them, it wouldn't make that in strategic terms. So overall, you're satisfied with the low to moderate impact, even if the site were cleared and redeveloped. It doesn't make a significant difference in greenbelt purposes. Yeah, okay, understood. Well, that's fine. Right. Anything you want to say about the effect on greenbelt purposes? Obviously, this is one of the things that we'll take into account in our overall consideration of these allocations. Is how it affects the greenbelt.
Thank you, sir. Yes, looking at the range of photographs which you kindly accepted into evidence, you can see this is a complex of a range of buildings of different ages, sizes, styles, from huge raw material warehouses to the workshops to the top mill itself. We have our own 2 massive settling tanks and a chloroflocculator all involved. So I would think that removing all this anomalous industrial form from a beautiful valley in the Greenbelt, 100 yards from the Peak National Park border, and replacing it with sensitively designed low-rise residential buildings will in fact lessen the current impact those buildings have on the Greenbelt. As I said, there's 400,000 square foot of floor space, 750,000 square foot of floor space, 400,000 square foot of footprint. There'll be much less footprint and floor space in the redeveloped site.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Firstly, just one thing I'd like to clarify is that the diagram is diagrammatic, funny enough. It's purely indicative, and obviously density could be increased, but what we've shown on the diagram is, in terms of landscape impact, is large amounts of peripheral landscaping, which retains existing high-quality woodland and supplements that. So the impact of the development is going to be reduced by the landscape buffer. The other thing is the height of the development is obviously going, footprint of development is going to be reduced, but also height is going to be reduced as well, because this is domestic development rather than large-scale industrial sheds. And also the material is a factor, because a lot of these sheds are white, metal-clad industrial sheds, and it'll be, the new development will be using materials that will weather well and will not be reflective and will be of an appropriate material and colour. So the visual impacts overall have been considered and be lessened considerably.
Okay, so just to summarise then, make sure I understand, you think that the net effect on Greenbelt would be to improve the openness of the Greenbelt and the visual appearance of the Greenbelt? Yeah, okay, understood. Right, anything you want to say in response to that?
Well, no, the assessment of low to moderate is obviously taking into account the extent of the allocated site, and obviously the spread of built development will be, I can see there's a sludge bed, but there would potentially be homes there. So, it's more nuanced, I think, than simply saying,
okay,
big buildings will be replaced by little buildings.
Yeah, okay. Right, anyway, I think we've got enough on that. In terms of, you'd obviously have a pocket of development as you have now, but there is the boundaries of the Greenbelt would be defined, I think you described them in your statement, don't you? So obviously Chew Brook would form the northern boundary of the Greenbelt. The eastern boundary would be a pond, partly anyway, and then some woodland, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But we also in the policy recognise that there may well be a need to strengthen the boundaries.
Yes, I'm just going to establish what's there now and to the extent to which they'd be strengthened. The southern boundary, particularly with some woodland on part of the southern boundary, but particularly if these larger buildings were removed, that would be a boundary that certainly need defining and strengthening. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and what about the western boundary? What does that follow?
There is a public rights of way there, but again, it probably needs strengthening. The plan refers to using hedgerows to treat boundaries. So yeah, we think using landscaping would help.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll go on to that. I mean, as you say, there's that can be done, but it's one of these sites where there isn't any obvious physical features around all of it that would define the boundary, so it's something that would need to be addressed. Yeah, okay. Right, we'll deal with compensatory improvements to the remaining green belt in due course. In terms of the site's location, it's obviously this is one where it met two criteria that aren't really locationally specific in terms of it is obviously outside, it's in a rural area, it's outside a village, but I suppose that has that's partly contributes, I suppose, to criterion 7 in terms of the opportunity to capitalise on the high-end housing market and diversify housing stock.
Diversify the market, the stock, that's right, absolutely.
In quite a spectacular location.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a lovely site to live on.
So, obviously there are shops and services in the village. They are some distance away. We'll talk about what the transport mitigations are. But is there would it essentially be largely car-dependent residents, do you think? Or would there be opportunities to provide active travel links to local services?
I mean, the mitigation, the interventions identified through the locality assessment obviously do refer to pedestrian and cycling links and things like that as part of the allocation.
Okay, so it's not too far away to make that as a reasonable, a realistic possibility anyway. Well, we'll talk about that and what the actual access improvements might entail, because presumably it would be part of that, would it? It would be using the improved access road, would it? To make it easier for pedestrians and cyclists? Yeah, okay. Well, let's come on to the detail of what that may be. Yeah, sorry, do you want to say anything at this point?
Yes, the existing estate road, as it were, which goes to the village of Greenfield, would access the site across the existing mill bridge, but we would intend to build a new pedestrian and cycle bridge nearer to the village, so that, in fact, it would be as short as possible distance. Also, with 130, 150 residential units, we should be able to provide a small-scale convenience retail offer. So for a pint of milk and a loaf of bread and the Sunday paper, people can buy it on site rather than having to go into Greenfield Village.
So, if you were to provide this new cycle bridge and pedestrian bridge nearer to the village, that would be onto the estate road?
Yes.
But just at the other corner of the site?
Yes, in the northwest.
Could you put the microphone on?
Sorry, sir. Yes, in the top left northwest corner of the plan, from land we own within the site to land we own the other side of the river, onto the estate road, yes.
Understood. Okay. So, yeah, that's the site location, I think, dealt with, unless there's anything else you want to say about that. It's yeah. Okay. Right, so the next item on the agenda was the development requirements, including flood risk. I think we've dealt with the basic points about the flood risk, so we'll come on to what the policy says at the end. Other than that, I don't think there's a great deal more we can talk about at this stage. So I'm going to look now at the policy wording and go through each parts of that. If I can find it again now. So quite a long one. It's an Oldham long one.
It was. It's an Oldham special. It's been cut down quite a bit.
Right, let's go then. The first one's the Comprehensive Master Plan Design Code.
Yes.
That would be agreed by the authority. So that's something that would be worked up and done before a planning application is determined.
Certainly before it's determined.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to comment on any of these, let me know. Presumably that's something that's, fine. Right, let's talk about this part 2 then, which is the range of commercial, leisure and retail facilities up to 6,000 square metres as part of a mix of uses to support tourism and leisure facilities. connected to the gateway location, the Peak District National Park and the Dovestone Reservoir. I suppose the first question is 6,000 square metres. Where's that I mean, it was referred to over here as well. So is that based on discussions with the site promoters, basically?
It came from the original concept plan that was done for the wider site. When we reduced the site boundary, we did keep the criterion wording the same as given it says up to, just to keep it flexible. So it's obviously, we don't know exactly how much would come forward, but it came from the concept planning work.
Okay, sorry. And what's the concept there then? Is it to be used by visitors that come to the reservoir and in the area more generally? It's not for this 6,000 square metres isn't, or is it just for mainly for the residents of the new homes?
It wasn't originally envisaged that that's what it would be. It would open up the site for other users, for visitors and so on, given its location.
Well, thinking about its location, I have visited. So the public car park, or the pay and display car park for the reservoir, where is some distance from where this site is, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
But so how would it kind of work in terms of, and it isn't the natural way people would go, so it would be a matter of signing and.
Again, originally.
I mean, I suppose the obvious place, if you wanted some sort of commercial and retail, you would put it near the car park where the toilets are, and something there immediately accessible to where people get out of the car and walk up to the reservoir or whatever. This is something where you'd have to make a particular conscious sort of walk 5 minutes or whatever it is to go and find this little cafe or shop. I'm not saying it's not, I'm just trying to understand what the idea is.
I mean, in terms of the boundary as proposed now, obviously there are public rights of way that run from Dovestones to, as we've said, to run past the site. So it comes down from the hill to the south of the site and then runs along the western boundary. So there is an existing public right of way there.
So sorry, you'd walk along Bradbury Lane and then down that public
so
footpath?
that's an existing one, but then we also talk about within the policy, of course, about the need to enhance linkages with the neighbouring communities and countryside as part of any development. So we would look for opportunities to enhance those linkages as well.
So I suppose there's two ways you go: Bradbury's Lane and then down the footpath and into the site.
That's an existing one, yes.
Yeah, or you walk along the road and then back into the access road past the little caravan park into the site that way.
Yes, yeah, and there may be opportunities to enhance linkages elsewhere as well.
Okay, so this 6,000 square metres, I mean, it's described as a range of commercial, leisure and retail facilities to support tourism and leisure. I mean, that's, yeah, it is what it is. 6,000 square metres, that's, I can't remember, what is that? It's,
60,000 square feet if you're there or thereabouts.
Whatever.
If you're doing it in the old imperial way.
Sorry, I'll go, sorry.
I mean, again, it is for local provision, so we would also, we would expect any requirements to be in line with our local plan policy requirements as well. So it's policy 16, which includes the thresholds around size.
What unit sizes?
Yes.
I see. But is that designed for a facility such as this, which is primarily for leisure and tourism, rather than as a local centre for serving residents? So, but you'd say it was still applicable, would you?
Given that obviously it's not within a current centre, then those thresholds would still be applicable.
And the idea of having a convenience store that local residents could use, that's something that could include as well, would it? There's no.
Yes, and that complements obviously what White Oak have said around kind of their desire for the village theme as well.
I mean, if you're going to have a shop and cafe on the site to serve these tourism leisure uses, I mean, I'm sure we've all seen them where inevitably there'll be other things you can buy there. So if you lived on this lovely site, you'd be able to use the shop.
Okay.
To get your pint of milk if that's what you want to get.
And in the Yeah, I'll come back to you in a minute, but just a final one on the indicative plan that's been provided today. That one of the existing buildings would be retained and is designated as a shop cafe. There was also something that says workspace building. Would that fit into? I'm not sure. Well, do you want to just? Sorry, I'll go over this site now, and then you can respond if necessary. What's your sort of thoughts behind the 6,000 square metres and what that would entail?
I think the 60,000 square foot, half of a large Tesco, will work actually very well. We're not going to build a large Tesco, obviously, or even half of one. There's the workspace buildings, there's the shop cafe, but in the southeast corner of the plan, there is some of the retained buildings there are the filter house, which was used obviously with the mill pond, provided the head of water into the production facility. That looks over the mill pond. That will make a superb restaurant destination in its own right. So that would not only serve the residents of the new village, which we would like to call Fletcher's, in recognition of the historic nature of the site, but that would be a destination in its own right. I did mention, it's outside the allocation, I did mention that the sister company to White Oak Hollow Oak own all the land around. And we've had some preliminary discussions with the council, United Utilities, who are a neighbouring landowner, and the RSPB Reserve about the redevelopment of a new visitor centre in and around the toilet block, and we own the land that the toilet block's on.
And in terms of providing convenient access to encourage people to use this restaurant and the shop and the cafe or whatever, what have you given thought to how the best route would be to get people to walk to it?
They could, if they've parked at Dovestone's car park, which I'm really glad to hear you've seen the site, they would either walk down Bradbury Lane and then the public footpath, or they could cut past the holiday park, down the windy bit of the tube, the estate road, into the site. If they're coming from Greenfield Village, they'll come up the major estate road and over the footbridge and cycleway that I've spoken of. So there's numerous ways of accessing the site.
Yes, but I hadn't really thought so much about. So you would expect there to be some sort of pedestrian traffic coming from the village itself to the reservoir, and they could a good opportunity to walk past this on that.
The estate road that leads from the village to Dovestone car park is not a public right-of-way, but we allow the public to use it 365.5 days a year because it's the natural way of people walk, and it's very heavily used. Cyclists, ramblers, people pushing pushchairs, and so for them to come a fraction of the way to the new facilities which Fletcher's Village would provide is easy.
Okay, thank you. That's a useful clarification. Okay, so, sorry, the other thing I was going to ask you about, there's on the indicative plan that's been provided, there is also something that's labelled workspace building. That looks like it's a new building. What's envisaged in that?
Can I? So that's a residual title from a previous plan, but obviously the issue with labelling, it is diagrammatic, so obviously we can call it what we want. So if we wanted to put workspace in, some of the existing buildings, which are shown as being retained, could be used for workspace. We'd obviously then have to find space for further residential development. But there's plenty of opportunity for densification. It's a very low density plan. I don't think there'd be a problem putting some 2 or 3 additional units in. But originally on that location where it says workspace building, there is an existing building, and one of the previous iterations of this plan showed that building retained. It's of no particular heritage value, but it's reasonably attractive. It's a stone-built building, and it would be very easy to convert it. It is an industrial building, so it could be retained and reused. It would add some character, but we'd have to think about where to replace those 3 units elsewhere on the site.
Okay, understood. Right. So, sorry, just backtracking then, in terms of what, at this stage, and this presumably isn't the end of it, we may as well just, while we're dealing with it, that on the plan and the photographs you provided today, there are 3 existing buildings that are shown to be retained. Is that right? There was the gatehouse, which is number 8.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. What's the next one?
It's
Where the
old-
apartments?
The one which is the old turbine house, which is not in one of the photographs.
3, top right corner.
Yeah, the turbine house, number 3. Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
you see the end gable of the turbine house
Yeah.
on the left-hand side, yeah. Oh, sorry, in these revised, yeah, the turbine house, and the filter house, which is...
Number 5.
Yes, that's the end gable of
the end
the filter
gable,
house, yeah.
Okay. And that's the one you said could make a good restaurant.
Which
looking
looks
at
over the mill pond,
Yeah.
up towards the Duffstones Reservoir, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So at this stage of your assessment, they were the 3 buildings that are most worthy and most capable of being retained and converted. Is that
Yes.
That's correct?
Can I just add, I mean, we have done a fairly detailed heritage assessment. We're aware of the work that the mill study that Oldham have done, but we've looked individually with the benefit of site access at all the buildings and assessed them in some detail. And happy to submit that. I know it's late in the day, but it is available should anybody wish to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll leave that for now. But
Yeah,
okay. Anything else do you want to say in response to this commercial and retail
No, sir.
element? That's
Thank you.
okay. Right. So let's move on to part 3, which is a simple. So obviously this is one where I suppose, subject to further consideration, it could change.
Absolutely, and I think we put the 90 in square brackets because the numbers are going to have to change for reasons that we've already discussed. So we just have to come back to you once we, in writing, I imagine, once we know what the Environment Agency have said about the flood risk work.
Yeah. Okay.
And also a mix of low density family. I'm not sure about the and executive, to be honest, but low density family homes I think captures the point. I don't know why this one has introduced executive, but
I'll have to say it's a phrase I don't like because I don't know what it
Exactly.
means and it has
Well,
sort of
exactly.
odd connotations somehow.
it does. And I don't know, are these executives without families? I mean, if they have families and they're in low density family homes. So I think we can usefully scrub out and executive. I'm sure you'll tell us to do that in due course anyway. And as for the affordable homes, I think the work that we did assumed, as I understand it, 15% affordable housing, 15 at that stage, but obviously...
Yes, the 3 Dragons assumed 15%. I think the concept plan that we've got, the plan that we've got here, I think shows 10% on it.
Okay. I mean, we've had discussions about the affordable housing requirement and how it relates to viability. I suppose that there is always potential for a negotiation over, and particularly in your case, about gross development value, the way the policy is.
I think here there's a particular need for affordable housing
Right, I was
in
going to ask you,
Saddleworth.
what is the need side of it?
So it wouldn't be something that we would want to reduce, really, given the need that there is within the area.
And that's one of the benefits of this getting a scheme going, if you could, is because it would help to meet that particular need as well as the...
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, understood. And why is there this probably reflects your analysis of what there is, and specifically reference to affordable homes of 2 and 3 bedrooms, that reflects what's needed locally, does it?
It reflects
Smaller.
the findings of our local housing needs assessment, yes.
And you're happy to be that specific?
That it may be beneficial that it's not so specific, in case obviously things do change in time and to reflect more up-to-date evidence.
Might be best to just say affordable homes in line with local
yeah.
planning, as we've said in the others.
I was going to
really,
say that
yes.
seemed to be the approach.
Small
Yeah.
consist- I think this layout shows 15, doesn't it? Which is a tad over, well, obviously 10% would be 13.8, so it's slightly more than 10%.
Okay. Anything you want to say about well, obviously there's no point. We won't talk about capacity anymore because that's something we'll come back to. But the principle of providing affordable homes, yeah.
We've done it elsewhere, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right. The next 2 parts, 4 and 5, were relating to transport. The proposal is to basically combine these, isn't it, with the reference to Appendix D, have you had a chance to see, this is a change that had been proposed to the plan earlier. You won't have it there, I'm afraid. But to another part of the plan, there's been quite a lot of discussion about what mitigations and improvements to local highways, etc., that may be needed in association with some of these allocations. And a lot of work had been done, and the proposal now is to include potential schemes that may need to be contributed to in an appendix to the plan. So in this instance, we have, I do want to just run through what is included on here, and you can
I'll
hear
just read
and see
them
if
out.
it
I mean, they
causes any alarm bells from your point of view.
So the items that are shown in the initial work that's been done to support the plan, Places for Everyone, has the following list. Sustainable access package of off-site improvement to walking and cycling routes. I think we've already been touching on those. Access road and bridge over Chew Brook. Again, we've referred to that. And A635 Holmfirth Road Access Junction. Those are the three items in the list. The extent to which, and the detail of those, obviously, as you know, and the gentlemen might have heard this discussion elsewhere, but all of that will be worked through in detail. If the allocation is made and the planning application comes in, the supporting transport work will work through these items, is what's envisaged. Okay, so in terms of the off-site contribution to improving off-site walking and cycling, I think you've sort of acknowledged that and in support of that. In terms of the A635 junction improvement, is that something that you've been aware of and you know?
Yes, we appointed our own highway engineers to look at that junction in particular, and I know they've liaised with the council, and we've agreed there is a developable solution, although the fine detail of that solution is not yet known, but we understand that to be a requirement, yes.
Yeah, and there's a cost obviously involved in that. I think that was one of the things that has been included from your point of view as a worst case scenario.
That's what's really, you know, dealt a bit of a blow to the viability. So that's why, you know, that's one of the reasons why more units are required. But as we've said previously in other conversations, it may well be when detailed work is done, there's a cheaper solution, you know, which works but which costs less money, which would obviously help even more with the viability.
And the other one is the improvement that was needed to the existing, what you call the estate road from the A635 junction, is it, or from near there anyway, up to the mill complex?
It's the A635 junction where the Holmfirth Road reached Chew Valley Road and Manchester Road, but that little mini roundabout by the pub. Yeah. Now the estate road running west-east as far as the Mill Bridge is a wide road which used to carry, of course, HGV traffic of raw materials in and finished goods out of the factory. Running further east from the Mill Bridge, that road becomes a narrow, windy lane with steep banks. So the road itself, which would access the public highway network, is already of a good carriageway width. It would need upgrading, it would need some lighting, it would need a footpath alongside it, but we've no worries about the road.
Okay.
The bridge will need to be tested, of course, but that bridge used to carry many 10, 20, 30, 40-ton loads repeatedly.
Okay. In terms of the viability assumption, did that assume some costs for improving the bridge?
Yes, it did.
So again,
as part of, it was built into the access road costs.
Yeah. So again, that could be a worst case. It could be that the costs are actually less.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so in terms of what's needed is an improvement on the estate road. Do you share that view that it's wide enough at the moment? But it need lights and footpaths and that, you know, cycle routes or footpaths. That's basically it.
Yes, it would need improvements, and that was inbuilt into the transport costs as well.
And in terms of going from the other way, going east from the bridge, you say it's windy and narrow, and it goes past the caravan park, doesn't it? Is anything needed for that, or is that would not be used for would that somehow be controlled so that it wasn't used?
That wouldn't be used for any highway access, for any vehicle access, but it would continue to be a public access.
So you'd close it for vehicles?
Yes. Oh, undoubtedly, yes.
Yeah, so you wouldn't get any of the sort of running through or anything like that?
It's a private road along its whole length, and it's gated, in fact, just at the end of our ownership, just below the downfall coming out of the reservoir where you use United Utilities ownership starts. It's gated there anyway, to stop motorbikes, scramblers and anyone else who might decide they want to roar across the countryside and ruin the peace.
Okay. Right, so I think that's clear. So part 5 will just be deleted and it's combined into part 4 there. Right. The next one's about a visitor management plan. So the development would need to be informed by and deliver the recommendations of an appropriate visitor management plan to ensure there's no adverse impact on the reservoir and the Peak District National Park. And there's a reference to a legal duty, which, okay, well, leaving that aside.
Yes.
What is a visitor management plan? What is it? Visitors? Is it visitors to this development, or is it visitors to the reservoir, or visitors to the national park?
I think it was thinking about the wider area with it being so close to the Peak District National Plan. It came from earlier versions of the GMSF and a consultation with the Peak District National Plan Authority, something that's referenced in the Statement of Common Ground. Obviously, there's been issues at Duststone Reservoir, so it's just about managing any additional pressures.
So the additional pressures then, so this development, is it that this development could generate additional visitor pressures? Is that what this is about? No? I can't quite understand what...
No, I think this has come out of earlier consultation responses and, as was referred to, the Statement of Common Ground. So this has got a bit of a history.
Yeah, it's, I suppose thinking about landscape as well, landscape issues, making sure that the development's well designed.
But that wouldn't... we'll deal with that, and that's separate. I mean, this is requiring a visitor management plan, I think, and then for the development to be informed by and deliver it. I can't...
This has come out of the conversations, isn't it, which is there to the Statement of Common Ground, but yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean,
given that we're going to buy some time on this side, maybe it's one that we can leave to come away.
I mean, you know, the lawyer in me, deeply buried lawyer in me, is saying, well, there's no need to refer to a statutory duty because, you know, the statutory duty exists anyway. You don't have to flag it up in a policy. And, you know, this site is going to be largely residential. And indeed, you know, as you've already discussed, the potential shop, etc., cafe on the site, which, you know, could well serve people who are visiting the attractions in the immediate area. So, I don't know. This doesn't look necessary to me, I have to say.
No. Well, it just needs a bit of clarity. I mean, if it's something the Peak District National Park were keen to,
it
may be that you want to have some conversation about clarifying. I mean, it could be a number of different things. It could be that these 6,000 square metres of facilities are expected to generate more visitors, and there's an issue about managing that. Don't know. Or it could be that these 90 or 130 homes will generate more visits to the national park. Don't know. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just to say, I mean, we don't expect this allocation to generate more pressures on Dovestones.
No.
But it is important to ensure that kind of we have regard to the Dovestones, don't we, in that attraction. So I think it's more about working with the Peak District, really, to ensure that kind of what is here complements what's going on at the reservoir.
Okay.
Roll that into... Well, we'll take this one away, I think, but you could roll... I would have thought you could roll... Taking, you know, paying careful attention to the particular setting of this site, its proximity to the national park, you could take that into account perhaps in the first item of the policy, which talks about the master plan and design code, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, it's very much about working with the Peak District as part of their visitor management plan work as well, really.
Yes, but as the inspector said, this is actually requiring those who bring the site forward to deliver the recommendations of a visitor management plan. You just think, well, what is building 100 odd, 150 homes on the site got to do with managing visitors? I mean, so let's take this one away.
Well, it seems to me there's two things. One, there's obviously the design and layout of this site has to have regard to the proximity of the national park and
which
to
is a
the
good point. That's a good
and
point.
the reservoir, etc. And landscape and
Yeah.
all those other things, design things. But then so that's that understood, and we can think about the other parts of the policy. There seems to be something else about managing people in some way, which I don't know which people and in what way they need to be managed. But
and why it's necessary
yeah.
as part of this allocation for that to happen.
Is this anything that you've given any thought to?
Oh, sorry, John, do you want to? Yeah. I think this suggested policy clause relates to the previous plan, does it not? Where we were looking at a much wider, the allocation was much bigger and included an area which was identified for tourism.
That's going back to this sort of thing that was in the GMSF,
so it makes sense if you're looking at that plan. It makes very little sense if you're looking at the current plan. I think the things where there is a need to consider impacts, clearly there's the impact on the landscape setting. The impact on the Peak Park is obviously understood, and that will be dealt with through the planning process, I guess. There's also the issue to with movement, which has been discussed, and particularly how parking might impact on things, because that's obviously a self-evident problem at the reservoir at the moment. So that would have to be considered through the development of the plan. But I think those are the three big things. And then the other thing, which we've talked about a bit, is the flexibility within the existing capacity plan. If there were other uses which could be more visitor focused, then how that impacts on the adjacent facilities is something that would have to be considered. Whether it requires a detailed visitor management plan is another matter, I think.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. In terms of what you're saying about parking, though, obviously this development would provide parking to meet its own residents. The 6,000 square metres, I thought, well, presumably the idea would that generally there'd be people coming on foot, either from the car park, the pay and display car park, or from the village, rather than driving to that. Is that there's not a notion that you provide a new car park?
So I think the issue would be that controlling visitors in this, because if you look at the capacity of the Dovestones Reservoir car park, on sunny days it's completely full. There's people parking over verges everywhere. What we wouldn't want is to develop this site in a way which allowed uncontrolled visitor parking all over this development. So
No.
there's a need to control that and manage that.
Right, yeah, understood. Yeah, okay. But that's about managing the residential parking on and the no.
Not a visitor management plan as
No. And how you'd manage the customers to the restaurant and the cafe and that. I mean, there's different ways of doing that, but you could just provide no parking, couldn't you, for it? And it'd just be, you have to come on foot from the village or from the reservoir car park. Okay. Right, okay, well, we'll leave that one as something that might need a bit of clarification.
I think we're a bit at a fond farewell, to be honest.
Well, that's one option, I suppose. Right, okay. So then we move on to part 7. It seemed to me there were two parts to this policy that seemed to deal with on-site landscaping, leaving aside specifically biodiversity. But if we took parts 7 and 12, they seem to be both about landscaping the site, essentially.
With me for one moment, sir. Yes. A slight sort of note of caution about number 12, as originally written or indeed as in GMC 48. I mean, we need to see what comes back from the Environment Agency about the latest work that's been done, because there would definitely need to be some adjustments to some of the detail here. So if I just put that caveat in.
Yeah. But part 7 was about on-site.
Yeah, that was my point was about 12.
Yeah, okay.
And you were asking us about 7 and 12. So as you mentioned 12, I've just made that point. Yeah. So sorry, is your point so that there's
Well, I think the point is why is this
here.
bit about compensatory improvements to the remaining greenbelt being tagged into this policy, which is about on-site landscaping? It didn't seem to be quite the right place for it.
No, fair enough. That's fine.
It's kind of So I think move that back out,
Yes.
which means that then you've got part 7, which is to do with on-site landscaping, minimising visual impact on the wider landscape, and enhancing, well,
That would
footpath
be
and networks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about the design on-site and how you link into the surrounding footpaths and
And that would be a useful place to refer to the national park, I think. you know,
potentially, yeah.
context.
Okay.
But I agree, yes, make the compensatory improvements point a separate item, which is how it's been dealt with in other allocations.
Yeah. I mean, there was one in this. It's just that it was a bit.
Yeah.
It was part 15 originally, but it
Yeah,
didn't actually use the NPPF wording.
No, that's right.
Okay. Right. No, that's fine. Anything you want to say about the on-site landscaping and making links to the wider footpath networks? I mean, that's all part of what the good design and layout of the site. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So number 8 is covered by the thematic policies, you know, so landscape character, etc., etc. So that's.
It is, although it's come up elsewhere, hasn't it? And I mean, the alternative to deleting this is to cross-refer to policy JPG1, because this is specific in the sense that it's identifying the landscape character area that you're wanting to.
Yes.
Take
Well, we'll
account
be
of.
guided by you on
Yeah.
that. I mean, one either just relies on the thematic policy or one has something which cross-refers to the thematic policy. But and if you do that, then in the policy itself, in the allocation, you would refer to the particular landscape character area in question.
Which
I
is
think
what it
is your
does,
point.
doesn't it?
Yes,
This is
which
the
I think-
open moorlands and enclosed urban fringe landscape character
and
area.
I think your point is, as I understand it, if one is to have an item, then you should refer to the specific landscape character area within which the site sits and then cross-refer to the thematic policy, is what I think you're saying. We've taken the approach of just crossing it out and saying there's a thematic policy and you open the book and you know what area you fit within, you take it from there.
Okay.
As always, sir, I mean, you know, we try our best and we very often get it wrong. But it's an iterative process, as someone once said. This is largely driven by me, to be honest, because I just find this, I put my hands up and so I just, perfectly happy to confess that I'm the person who's seeking, when I see a policy that's got, 101 items in it, I think it probably would be not a bad idea to cross out those which are repetitious of stuff that you find elsewhere in this plan.
Okay, the next one is there aren't any particular biodiversity designations on the site, are there?
No.
So the next one, there isn't any site-specific reference.
Indeed, that's right. So,
that's the other side of the line, I think, quite clearly. That
that's right.
There's nothing to add to the generic policy.
No.
But there is an identified need to carry out further surveys, and that's something that you've been conscious of, no doubt. Right, then the next one is number 11.
This one is coming because of the habitats regulation assessment work. This has come into the moors. Yeah.
But thinking about what policy JPG5 requires, there's two things, isn't there? The suitable alternative natural green space on site to provide an alternative to going onto the moors. And then there's the contribution to the management.
Yeah.
Of the
If
moors.
as and when that is drawn up.
I suppose the question on the former is could this site realistically provide opportunities as an alternative to going the relatively short distance up to the moors, if that's what you wanted to do, given it's a relatively small constrained site? It doesn't seem to be a comparable alternative to me, really, but don't know. I'm just thinking how you actually comply with that policy.
Well, you could do something, probably not that much by the looks of it, to be honest, but we are all just caught by the work that's been done under the habitats regulations, under the habitats assessment regulations. So we're caught by that.
But there aren't. Are there alternative mechanisms that you could use? I mean, for example, if there were a nearby larger area of open space that could be needed to be improved or something that would act as an alternative.
Well, it's already been said that it's fortuitous, but the landowners own extensively, much larger area of land in the vicinity of the allocated sites.
So something about the making the links to the wider public footpath network and any improvements to those could provide alternatives.
Could provide some, yeah.
Okay. Right. But I guess if you chose to live in this location, you'd probably be a person who was interested in going up onto the moors.
Indeed.
Quite possibly. Right. Okay. We've dealt with part 12. That's about landscaping along the brook as part of the multifunctional green infrastructure network.
Yeah, we might just need to look at the wording of that, given the flood risk, the detail of the flood risk work that we've now got in the Environment Agency and considering.
And the next one's also about Chew Brook, which I can't quite understand the wording of this. Provide for opportunities to protect and enhance the habitats and corridor along the Chew Brook. Yes. To improve existing water quality.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you were trying to achieve two things here: improve water quality and improve the habitats.
Yes, we've come across similar wording in.
Yeah, it should be.
Go on.
I guess if it stays in, it should be an and, shouldn't it? And improve.
I'd have thought, yeah, I'd have thought so.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, okay. I mean, it may be that parts 12 and 13, if it's about what you need to do to Chew Brook, it might just be you look at that together and think about what you're actually asking the developer to do along Chew Brook.
Which we'll know more about in a few weeks' time.
Possibly so. We've also got the new brook, haven't we, that goes through the site if this scheme is as you are now proposing it. So there might be something about that as well. So, yeah, okay, well, maybe just park that one for now then.
Then we've crossed out a lot of... We've got the green belt boundary point in as a surviving element of number 14.
Yeah, okay, well, I can look at the detail wording, but the principle of that we've discussed about the boundaries that may need to be defined and/or strengthened.
Yeah.
15 would be the compensatory improvements to green belt.
Yeah, in its properly worded form, yeah.
Yeah. Then you've got generic policies relating to open space, schools, which Rochdale want in, to make clear that there will be a contribution required, but Oldham don't seem to want it to be kept in.
Yes, and this is a consistency point, isn't it? This is where we've been consistently inconsistent. So, yes, I mean, if your guidance I can't remember whether one of your notes has already picked up this point, but if your guidance is that you consider it's appropriate for there to be one of these sort of, it's fairly generic, isn't it, a reference like this to making contributions to additional school places, then obviously that could be in this policy as it was in the two allocations that we looked at earlier on today.
I suppose that the point is it known? Well, one, this is a large enough development to generate a significant increase in school demand, presumably.
Plainly.
Greenfield has to have a primary school?
Yes, it does. Quite close, actually, just near the roundabout that White Oak for, so that's at the A635.
And that's where additional capacity would need to be provided, would it?
If it was found that it was needed as a result of this, then that could be an option.
So that isn't known at the moment?
Not at present.
No. And equally, the secondary school, so it refers to secondary school provision as well. Is there a local secondary school, or is that?
We have a new one. We have a new Saddleworth school that's in Diggle, so that would require transport too from here.
Okay, it seems to me. I think Rochdale said they knew that they would need to provide additional capacity. You seem to be saying it would be assessed at the time, so maybe there is a subtle difference, and it would be just.
Maybe, although if you had your, as the others have, in accordance with local planning policy requirements, then that would be picked up in that.
Well, we'll have a think about that.
Yeah.
In terms
I think we probably need to be consistently consistent on this one, even though you know my views about this, but there you are.
Right. 18, health and community facilities. Well, again,
thematic.
That's less certain, I think, isn't it? That's something that would be looked at. So I'll leave that.
Picked up elsewhere.
19 then is about what the council's view is about the heritage, non-designated heritage assets, really, and how strong. I mean, at the moment it says have regard to the non-designated heritage asset Greenfield Mills. I don't know if that means all of the buildings, some of the buildings.
There is a map in the mill strategy appendix which shows an outline of the buildings that was assessed.
So what are you seeking to achieve in terms of retention? Is it more than has been proposed on these latest map and photographs?
Well, the draft policy that's been put forward by the strategy, which obviously we would need to consult on as part of the local plan review, says that there would be a general presumption in favour of the retention of medium priority mills, which this mill falls within, and associated buildings and structures. The alteration, extension or demolition of any buildings contributing to the landscape or heritage interests will require a clear justification in relation to the significance and setting of the asset. So obviously the policy approach supports retention, so anything that goes away from that, it needs justifying.
Right. Well, hang on, slow down a sec. What's that? That's an emerging policy that you've just quoted there, is it?
Yes, so it's in the mill strategy, which is available on our website, and I think we included it in our last local plan consultation issues and options stage.
So it's emerging as opposed to settled development,
Yeah.
certainly not development plan policy.
No, but that's the approach you'd like to adopt here.
Well, but that's emerging. I mean, one needs to be slightly careful here because, of course, under national policy, if you're dealing with non-designated assets, which is what we're dealing with here, then it's simply taking into account the effect of proposals on the significance of the non-designated assets, and if there is harm caused, for example, by demolition or alteration, then you are to simply weigh that against whatever the good things are in the, that come out of the application. It's a balanced judgment. So when you're non-designated, you don't have all these legal or even policy presumptions in national policy which tilt the balance against change to non-designated assets, as they do for designated assets. So
Okay.
I think the emerging policy is very, very interesting, but it hasn't yet reached a stage where we should seek to incorporate that into places for everyone, which is why we've got this have regard to, which is an attempt to try to capture what national policy says about the subject, because it really is national policy paragraph 203 of the framework take into account the effect on the significance of non-designated heritage assets and balance it.
The policy you quoted referred to a particular category of building, I think you said. What was the phrase that you used?
Medium, so we had high, medium and low. So
medium what?
Medium priority.
Medium priority. So it would apply to high as well, presumably?
Yes, so there was high, which are mills that hadn't been altered very much, and obviously had a high level of significance in terms of heritage and landscape.
Right.
Medium, which this one falls in, so it still has a degree of.
Right.
But obviously it's high level strategy, which it does emphasise. There's lots of caveats in the mill strategy. And then low priority mills, which those are mills that have been quite considerably altered.
Okay, so when you talk about, in here it says greenfield mills, and non-designated heritage asset greenfield mills, which buildings on this site, I've got a photograph and a map with 9 different buildings identified. I mean, well, there's nine numbers, and some of them may be more than one building, but anyway, leaving that aside. So does that categorisation in your mill strategy of this being a medium priority mill, does that include all the buildings in the site, or is it some of the individual buildings?
I think we'd have to get a map and do a cross-check. I've only just seen this
right.
plan.
Okay.
Is the mill study part of the examination library? No, it's not. Okay. So I'm looking at. I can see the plan in the strategy. It's not all of the buildings which are shown on this.
No. Okay. It's an interesting exercise in balancing, though, isn't it? Because if this allocation were to come forward and say it did come forward and it specified a number of homes and it had a policy such as this have regard to the non-designated heritage assets, it would be a difficult balancing exercise for a decision maker to make in terms of how to assess what should be kept and what should be not kept if the policy isn't a bit clearer about.
Well, I'm wondering whether it could be any clearer, frankly, than in effect repeating or transposing 203 of the framework into the, because that, that is the top and bottom of what national policy requires in relation to non-designated assets.
Yes, let's, do you want to, yeah.
Only really the term greenfield mill is a bit of a misnomer, because there are 40 individual structures, 40 plus individual structures on the site, including a rotting porter cabin, which was a sales office, and I'm quite sure you don't want us to keep that as a non-heritage or non-designated asset. But as the photograph shows, sir, there are some pretty tacky brick-built buildings, but some much finer stone-built buildings, and we would want to retain all of those which add to the character and can be viably converted.
So you'd be content with wording such as has been proposed here, which is have regard to the non-designated heritage asset?
Yes.
Without being any more prescriptive. Yeah,
the mill strategy, which is emerging policy, I wouldn't want to be captured by the red line round all those particular buildings. One of the buildings which has a line round it is the old boiler house, which is very heavily contaminated with asbestos. And we've now prevented all access to that building at any time, and I wouldn't want that to be anybody to think we could possibly preserve that particular structure. It has 4 old Lancashire boilers in it, which used to burn crude oil.
Okay. Right.
Is it possible just to, I mean, is there any need for this? Because essentially, all you're doing is repeating national policy, isn't it? Well, do you need to reiterate every clause of the NPPF?
Well, no, but the issue is that if you say a site suitable for, say, 90 dwellings or 130 dwellings, that carries quite a lot of weight in terms of putting a development scheme forward. If you say, well, the way we want to do that is just clear the site and put up those, it doesn't...
In that case, what's needed is a much finer grain approach to the heritage assessment, because essentially this has just identified a lot of buildings, some of which are very dilapidated. It's missed one of the highest quality buildings on the site altogether within the red lines. So I think a more comprehensive study is required, which we've done, and we've identified high, low, medium value buildings on the basis of their heritage value. They're all effectively low value because they're non-designated. But within that, there is a gradation, and some of them are much better value than others. So the ones that we have considered through this study to have the highest value and capable of retention and reuse critically are the ones that are identified on the capacity drawing.
So the wording that has been crossed out that was originally in the plan was a generic form of wording, but actually what it required was, well, it didn't require, but it said be informed by the findings of the historic environment assessment that's already been carried out to inform the plan, not the mill strategy, but also any updated heritage impact assessment submitted as part of any planning application process, which I think is what you're saying is required.
We would have to provide justification, and if we were going to be demolishing buildings which are perceived to be non-designated assets, they would be photographically recorded in line with Historic England's guidance, which is normal practice.
Okay, well, I think we'll give it a bit of thought, but I mean, I don't think there's a great deal of disagreement. I think there's an aspiration to keep what can be kept that has value and is viable and has potential to earn whereas your mill strategy may go beyond that, but that would not necessarily be the end of it, and as has been said.
I think it would be explained the mill strategy. You've got to bear in mind the status of the mill strategy, or rather its non-status in relation to adopted development plan policy, but as I understand it, it's hedged around a lot of caveats anyway.
Yeah, there are caveats to say, detailed, especially around viability assessments for after building. It was a strategy which is always higher level, and it's a framework really to guide decision making, so it can help us have that starting point of how we should treat mills as they come in for whatever applications.
Okay, thank you. So as part of the master planning process first, and then the application process, further assessment that may or may not have already been done would be something that I think you'd be looking for to identify what can be, what's worthy of keeping and can be viably kept.
Yeah, it would require heritage assessments and so on.
Which is why you would expect this to come through the heritage assessment under the thematic policy in any event.
Yeah.
Even if it didn't, it would be caught by 203 in the framework.
Okay.
So,
Rightio, okay. Part 20, environmentally sustainably driven. This was a sort of a summary of various issues that are dealt with by various thematic policies.
exactly. It's drawing together bits of about half a dozen thematic policies, I think.
Right. And then finally,
21, well, is, you know, recording where we were, obviously, and
yeah,
quite what's going to happen to all of that, we'll see. What's that? No, I mean, we do have, I mean, there were some, we may have been being overly sensitive, but in the detailed work that we've received recently on flood risk, there appear to be some criticisms of the strategic flood risk assessment. It seemed to us the author hadn't really understood that it was a strategic flood risk assessment to support a plan-making exercise as opposed to, you know, for a planning application. So we do actually have the author of our work here, if you were at all concerned about any of this, but I imagine you probably won't be, to be honest, because you'll well understand the nature of the work that we've done in relation to the local places for everyone, the local plan.
Yeah. And as this policy here, at some length,
yes.
basically saying further work's needed.
Exactly.
And it refers to, which takes account of any recommendations from the level 2 SFRA,
Exactly.
one of which seemed to be you need to do further
Exactly.
consideration of what to do with Fletcher's Brook. And it actually identified one option, I think, of opening up the watercourse. But just so I understand the issue in basic terms, the flood risk on this site, if I understand it from what's been done, I mean, we'll come back to it, but just so to get an initial understanding, is largely to do with the water coming down from the south off the hillside that is in Fletcher's Brook, and it feeds into a pipe, but the pipe is culverted under the site. Is that right?
It actually feeds into two pipes.
Okay, right.
I know this is one of which is culverted its full direction and goes into the Chew Brook. The other culverted pipe, which I think the original authors of the strategy weren't aware of, transfers the water to the top dam and then into the mill pond to provide a head of water.
Right, okay.
So there was a very complex system of collecting boxes and pipes, all built at the same time the Duststones Reservoir, to ensure that the Fletcher's Mill had this head of water.
Okay.
And the original authors were not aware, but they wouldn't be aware because it's hidden away in someone's garden, of a sump and a diversion into the top dam.
But the problem being that those pipes don't have sufficient capacity to accommodate all the water that comes down from the hillside.
Yes.
So some of it floods onto the
Even
side.
with the second divert pipe fed into the model, we're happy with the conclusion that it is possible that in an extreme event, both of those culverted pipes would be overwhelmed and there could be overland flooding. So opening up the major culvert into this 10-metre wide channel would provide that safety.
And that would be a new channel that would be possible because you're moving some of the buildings and it would just run down the hillside and into Chew Brook.
And it would run across the land owned by Hollow Oak into the land owned by White Oak, all of which we own and control.
Okay, so that's that bit of the level 2 SFRA identified or analysed some other flood risk issues as well associated with Chew Brook, with the reservoir itself potentially, and surface water. I mean, looking at all of those things, those are things that, from your point of view, can be addressed. Or
we're comfortable with that, yes, sir.
Yeah. So the main issue that you wanted to take up was this issue from the Fletcher Brook, and that's what this bit of work's done.
Yes.
Okay. Right. That's fine. So we'll leave that with you to take away and get your expert advice. So it's been referred to EA, is that right? By you or by the council? Or?
By ourselves. Our consultants have sent the work directly to the EA.
Right. So what's the process, your understanding of the process? Do they get back to you with or this is something you commissioned from EA, is it? Or your consultants do?
No, our consultants reworked the model which the council provided with the additional divert, and we've now provided that back to the local authorities consultants and to the Environment Agency, and I would imagine they would they would revert back to us and to Oldham at the same time.
And the timescales for that, what's your understanding?
I'm not sure, sir.
No. Did you refer to a couple of weeks? Or?
I'm instructed 3 weeks.
3
but,
weeks.
Yeah, 21 days, but sounds pretty good
Okay.
going, to be honest. But
Well,
that's
I was
why
gonna
I've checked it 3
Yeah.
times, so that's what I've been told.
Yeah, okay. So where does this leave us on this site and what will happen next? I suppose it depends on what that feedback is, really.
Going to have to make available the feedback from the Environment Agency, you know, between the site promoters and ourselves. We obviously have to make that, you know, what comes of that validation process by the Environment Agency. We have to make you aware of that, because it's, you know, if it's good news, and that's grand, and we'll be able to move forward. If there's further work needed, there'll be further work needed.
Yeah.
You know, it's impossible to say.
No. And in terms of, in parallel, I mean, presumably you could look at this indicative plan in the way that you looked at such things that emerged during the preparation of the plan to inform your sort of capacity assumptions.
Yes, that's right. I mean, you can do it at that level. I mean, as I've said before, we must be careful not to mix up the allocation with, you know, someone's ideas for the site that have been put onto a plan. But we do need to make sure that if the flood risk assessment work, you know, the more detailed work comes back with a thumbs up from the Environment Agency, or no fundamental issues raised, at least by the Environment Agency, we do just need to check to make sure we're satisfied that the site can accommodate the, well, in this case it's 130, what I wrote, 38. Yeah, 138 is shown on this indicative sketch.
I suppose the bottom line is it doesn't seem sound to me to have a plan that has an indicative figure of 90 for this site.
No, I agree.
That clearly isn't
No, I agree.
viable.
No, I agree.
That everyone agrees isn't viable.
No, I agree.
So something has
Completely.
to change somewhere, doesn't
Absolutely,
it?
yeah. Yes, if the allocation's to stay, as I said earlier on, the 90 needs to be raised, but it can only be raised once we know what the Environment Agency makes of the work.
Or it's left unstated and it's left as an unresolved issue, which doesn't seem very satisfactory, really, either.
I don't think we can do that with respect, no.
Okay.
There's plenty of time in the examination process. I mean, it's obvious, you know, this doesn't happen in a particular way, but there's plenty of time in the examination process to get to the bottom of this. You know.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Anything further that you want to... I don't think there's much else. Is there anything else we need to talk about viability? Let me just have a look. It does, I mean, there are some significant costs built into that assessment to do with transport, etc.
£7 million, I think, from memory, so a lot
Right,
of money.
yeah.
A lot of money.
Yeah, so that could come down anyway. So there's that side of the equation. But the critical thing that seems to be agreed is that there needs to be more development value generated on the site through more units. So that's really the critical issue there. And there aren't any other particular development costs that have been overlooked. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to volunteer if there were, but I mean, in terms of the sort of remediation, the clearance of buildings and the conversion of buildings, are you confident that from your work, I mean, you referred to some Cushman and Wakeman work.
Well, our work has included £1.5 million per hectare for potential remediation.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, we have built in a fairly hefty sum.
Okay. Okay.
And I was just going to follow it up to saying that was in consultation with White Oak in terms of those costs that were fed into the Three Dragons work as well, as I understand it.
As part of the work that Cushman and Wakefield did for us, we did some preliminary site investigation, some trial pits and some drilling, and whilst there's quite a lot of made ground on the site, the level of contamination was much less than we had thought might be the case. Until the buildings are down and we get inside the slab of the footprint of those buildings, I can't be definitive about that. The asbestos is an issue, and we've had full asbestos surveys done of the main difficult areas. And I'm reasonably confident, as I can be here, that that will be covered within the development appraisal allowances.
Okay, right. So there seems to be agreement that the viability comes down to the number of units and the development value that can be generated. So we'll leave it as there for now. Anything further that anyone wishes to say about this? So just for your benefit, we will do an action point note. What it actually says for this site, it will reflect the outstanding work that needs to needs to go on and the uncertainties, I think. But I don't think we can be definitive about what will happen next following that work, because it depends on what it does.
I think we would just welcome some guidance from you, not now, obviously, but when you've had time to reflect on how you'd like to move this forward in practical terms.
Yeah.
Because, you know, between the site promoters and ourselves, you know, we will find out in, sounds as if it's not too long a wait, but we'll find out relatively soon, you know, what the EA makes the work. And we need to take matters forward from there. So, you know, there are practical implications for how you'd like that to be done. You know, for example, if it's relatively straightforward, I assume it could be submitted in writing to the, you know, in the usual way. And you'll have it all there. If you've got any follow-up questions, you'll be able to ask those follow-up questions in one of your action notes. Obviously, if it's more complicated than that, we'll have to, or, you know, we would welcome some guidance from you as to how to take matters forward.
Okay. Well, I think it's best to, we can't specify too much now, but I think we'll probably do a fairly general action point about, we'll probably set out some specifics where we can, like we've for other sites, about some of the ones we've talked about today.
Yes, some of the wording.
But the more fundamental issue about the flood risk and the implications of the site capacity, we may just put down as a mark, as a general bit of work that, you know, you'll report back and I suppose respond to, if possible, and to suggest how you think that the plan would need to be modified to reflect that, if there's agreement. It may be that there's still disagreement and more work's needed, and then, you know, the different course of action will be required, wouldn't it? So,
It's impossible to say to you.
yeah, okay. Right, anything further? No? Okay, right. Thank you for that. So we'll end for today and for this week, I think, aren't we? We're back on Tuesday next week. Yep. Okay, thank you.